Progress.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian Nance, and I'll be one of your tutors for today, along with Miss Sharika Simmons. You'll hear more from her as the session progresses. Just want to ensure and check as well that everyone can hear me. If you can hear me, please indicate in the chat. And yeah, we're gonna start shortly at 10:05, just giving everyone time to reach. Tell a friend to tell a friend. The session is about to start. So yes. I assume that the good morning in the chat, great. Great. Just want to reiterate again, giving everybody about 3 more minutes till 10:05, then we'll start the session at that time. All right, and with that, it is 10:05. Just want to welcome everyone to the session once again. I checked before to see if everyone was hearing me. I've gotten a response that yes, people are hearing. I hope that is still the case. But with that, I'm going to start the session promptly. Everyone will file in after. And yeah, just want to firstly welcome you all to the mathematics session from New Jamaica Foundation. This is a part of our series Marathons with Our Leaders. And yeah, on the screen as well as our social. So if you'd like, please connect with us on our social media platforms, on Twitter at New Jamaica Found One, on Instagram at NewJA_Foundation, on YouTube at New Jamaica Foundation, and on LinkedIn at New Jamaica Foundation as well. Just to remind everyone as well, tell a friend to tell a friend, invite anyone that you know may benefit from this session. And with that, I'm going to move promptly into the next slide, which contains the marathon schedule. Just to ensure everyone is clear, the first session, which will occur from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., will be the paper 2 session, and that will be led by my fellow tutor, Miss Sherika Simmons. The break period will be from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So in that time, you go for a snack, go for something, just to refresh yourself. And then at 2 p.m., promptly at 2 p.m., we start the paper 1 session. If you have any further questions, questions that may emerge during the session and you may not get out the question in the session, or you have a private concern that you'd want any of us to address, our contact information is currently on the screen. My contact information, you can contact me via email at lawrence.sebastian@yahoo.com. You may also contact me via LinkedIn. Just type in /Sebastian Lawrence and my account should pop up. Also, for Sharika's contact information, if you want to reach out to her, let me switch mics actually. Yeah, Rowan was saying I sounded a bit low, so just wanted to ensure that everyone can hear me better now. Great. All right, so as I was saying before, the paper 2 session, 10 to 1 p.m. break, 1 to 2 p.m. Paper 1 session is from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. If you have further questions, feel free to contact any of us. My contact information is on the screen, email at lawrence.sebastian@yahoo.com, and my LinkedIn is /Sebastian Lawrence. Wait, that's a /. For Sharika's contact information, Ms. Sherika Simmons, her email is simmons.sherika@gmail.com. If you have any questions that you don't feel are properly addressed in the session, or you want to ask a personal question relating to mathematics, you want personal assistance, sorry, feel free to contact us. The first thing I really want to do for this session really is just to preface it with a quote. And the quote says that mathematics reveals its secrets only to those who approach it with pure love for its own beauty. And I chose this quote simply because I feel as though when people jump into mathematics, they come in with this preconceived notion that, yeah, man, maths is difficult, maths is hard, some people even view it as impossible. But my recommendation, and the recommendation that I hope will be brought to the fore during this session, is that math is something that, although it can get complex at times, it's beautiful. It's something that with adequate practice, with adequate preparation, and with adequate work put in, you can really master the meta and begin to see math for its own beauty. My lecturer would say that math is a true science. In fact, it's the truest science of them all. And oftentimes the mystery in mathematics is not even in the math itself, but in our own mind. So be receptive, be open to learn, and yeah. Moving on to the objectives of the session as well. We want to share strategies for ensuring success in CSEC mathematics, and we'll be sharing strategies for paper 2 and paper 1. Additionally, we just want to do a brief review of the major components of the syllabus. We're not going to be like going in-depth teaching, but just to point out the specific topics and headers in the syllabus, just in case, like when we're asking, are there any areas of concern? You have something in front of you where you can just pick out and say, okay, this is my specific area of concern, and then we can address that. Speaking of areas of concern, the next thing that we're also going to be doing is discussing the areas of concern for students. So please be willing to participate in the session, answer some when we ask your questions in the chat, and it will make the session more beneficial and a bit more fun, you get me? And the last thing that we want to do as well is to practice past paper questions. Moving quickly to the session so we can start the paper 2. The next thing I want to do is just to do a CSEC mathematics syllabus breakdown. Section 1 is number theory and computation. Section 2 is consumer arithmetic, so that's your percentage, simple interest, etc., etc. Section 3 is sets, and the whole idea of set notation, set builder, etc., etc. And section 4 is about measurement. Section 5 is statistics. Section 6 is algebra. Section 7, relations, functions, and graphs. Section 8, geometry and trigonometry. And section 9 is vectors and matrices. One thing we can tell you is that a lot of these topics will be coming out in the past papers that we're doing today. So stay tuned, gear up, and any specific section that you have a problem with, please indicate in the chat during the sessions and we'll address them. And handing over to my fellow tutor, Ms. Sharika Simon. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only person with the issue, but I'm not hearing Sharika.
Good morning, everyone. My apologies for the technical difficulties. We are sorting that out as we speak, and we should be hearing our tutor shortly.
You guys hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Sharika.
Oh, so I guess I have to start over from the top. So I'm Sharika Simmons, your paper 2 tutor for today. I had said a lot earlier, but don't think I even remember most of what I said, but we're going to move right along. math is not something that you just get up and you know, it's something that you have to practice. So if you're here and you haven't been practicing, that's the first thing you need to do, guys. Practice as much as you can, because when you practice, it stays with you more and you're able to accomplish or answer any question that you're given. So we're going to start with June 2018, paper 2. And one thing to note, don't underestimate the questions. You might look at a question and think that, oh, this question is pretty easy, and it might be the question that you get wrong. So don't look at a question and say, oh, we can do this easy. Don't underestimate math, because you might say it's easy and it's going to be the one that you get wrong. So we're going to start with question 1. It says, using a calculator, otherwise evaluate each of the following, giving your answer to 2 decimal places. So things you need to note in your question, it says evaluate each of the following, giving your answer to 2 decimal places. That is your key point, 2 decimal places. When you usually multiply decimals, you get probably, if you have 2 numbers behind the point, you get 4. So in this question, they have 73.18 minus 5.23 times 9.34. The first thing you're going to do, can somebody tell me what that is? First thing you would do, it doesn't have to be what you're seeing on the paper here. You can unmute your mics and talk to me. Nobody? All right, so the first thing you would do is to group them. So you know BOMDAS, you do your multiplication first, then you would do your subtraction. So we group our multiplication. So we're going to group 5.23 times 9.34, and then we get an answer of 48.8482. Then you do your subtraction, you end up with 24.3318. But then again, that can't be answered because your question asks for 2 decimal places. So if you leave it at that, they might give you a mark, but you don't want to leave anything up to maybe. You want to get your full mark. So ensure that you read your questions properly, answer what they're asking you for. So our final answer here would be 24.33. And why it is not 24.34 is because we have 1 beside the 3. And you know you have 1 to 4, you round down. If you have 5 and upwards, you round up. So we're going to round down. So that's why we have 24.33. Any questions about that? No. All right, moving right along. So we have 3.12 squared over 6.17 plus 1.12. What's the first thing you're going to do here? Again, you know our BOMDAS. Is it that we're going to square first? Is it that we're going to divide first? Is it that we're going to add first?
Square first.
Come on, guys.
Square first.
That's correct. So we're going to find 3.1 squared first. After we find that value, then you would divide by the 6.17, then you would add the 1.12. And 3.1 squared gives us 9.61. And after you divide, you end up with 1.5575. You add that to your 1.12, and we end up with 2.6775. But again, the question asked us for 2 decimal places. So in this case, we have a 7. So we're going to round up. So our 7 changes to an 8. So our final answer is 2.68. We're all on the same page?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, lovely. So moving right along. So Can somebody read this question for me?
Jenny works at Sammy's restaurant and is paid according to the rates in the following table. Jenny's weekly wage agreement, basic wage $600 plus 90 cents for each customer served. In a week when Jenny served N customers, her weekly wage W in dollars is given by the formula W equals 600 plus 0.90 N.
All right, thank you very much. So the first question says, determine Jenny's weekly wage if she serves 230 customers. So it's pretty straightforward. They gave you a formula to calculate wage given the number of customers. So all you have to do is substitute number of customers where you see N. So in this case, our N is 230. So we're going to have W is equal to 600 plus 0.9 times 230, and we end up with a final answer of 807. So it's pretty straightforward. You just insert where you see N, the number of customers. Next question. In a good week, Jenny's wage is $1,000 or more. What is the least number of customers that Jenny must serve in order to have a good week? So wage is 1,000. So they're basically asking us the reverse of what they asked us before. They're giving us the wage and they're asking for N. So we're going to say 1,000 is equal to 0.9 N plus the 600, because that's the amount that we want to find. And in this case, they ask you, what is the least? So when you hear words like least, more than, we're looking at inequalities. So least, more than, inequality. And if you realize they put the least in capital letters, that is a hint to you to say, all right, it's some sort of inequality that we're going to have to use in this question. So our wage is greater than or equal to 1,000. So 600 plus 0.9 N should be greater than or equal to 1,000. And we're going to do some algebra. So we bring over the 600 and it's positive on one side. So we have to subtract it from both sides in order to get rid of it on the left-hand side. That's how we end up with 1,000 minus 600. And after that, we have 0.9 N is greater than or equal to 400. And we divide both sides by the 0.9 in order to get our N to be 444.4. But then, can we have 444.4 persons? We can't have 0.4 persons. Can somebody tell me, would our answer be 444 or 445?
444.
All right, tell me why you choose 444.
Because if it's for less, you round down.
Anybody else has a different answer? No. All right, so the answer is actually 445. I'm going to explain why. So imagine you need $100 to buy a bread. If you go with 90.5, you won't get the bread because you don't have enough money. The question asks you for the least amount, and we calculated that our least amount is 444.4. We still have to account for the 0.4 of a person. And in order to do that, we have to add an extra person. So we can't just drop off the 0.4, because without that 0.4, you won't be able to reach 1,000. If you plug 444 into the formula, as in you substitute it for n, your wage won't be equal to 1,000. And remember that they say your wage is at least $1,000. So that is why you can't get rid of the 0.4, you have to add one, and that's how we end up with the answer of 445. Everybody get that? So we can't come short. We can't come with $95 and expect to get something that's worth 1,000. So you can't come with 444 persons and expect to earn $1,000. We're on the same page.
Yeah.
Any questions? Not seeing any questions, so I'm guessing you're comfortable with that. So at the same restaurant, Shauna is paid a weekly wage of $270 plus $1.50 for each customer she serves. If wage WS is Shauna's weekly wage in dollars, write a formula for calculating Shauna's weekly wage when she serves M customers. So from the top of your head and from the previous question, what would Shauna's formula look like? You can write it in the chat or you can say it out loud. So Gabriel, you're forgetting something. So try again, Gabriel.
It's actually Gabriel.
Oh, sorry, Gabriel. So remember they said that she's paid a weekly wage of $270 and then $1.50 for each customer she serves. And you can look back at the previous formula to give you a hint. You're forgetting something, Crystal. All right. So Gabriel, that's correct. So it's 207. So our WS is equal to 270 plus or 1.5, not 150, but 1.5 M. So in a certain week, Jenny and Shauna receive the same wage for serving the same number of customers. How many customers did each serve? So they say Shauna and Jenny receives same wage. So that means WS is equal to WJ. Everybody getting that? So both their wages are equal. And they want us to calculate how many customers did each receive. So we know that Jenny's formula is 600 plus 0.9 N. Shauna's formula is 270 plus 1.5 M. So what we're going to do is we're going to equate those because they already told us both their wages are equal. So both formulas should be equal to each other. So 600 plus 0.9 C, because they tell us that each of them serves the same number of customers. So we're going to use a general letter. In this case, they use C. So 0.9 C is equal to 270 plus 1.5, the same C. So we're going to group them, the unknowns to one side and your whole numbers to the other side. So 600 minus 270 is equal to 1.5 C minus 0.9 C. We end up with 330 is equal to 0.6 C. We want to find C, so we divide both sides by our 0.6 and we end up with 550. So each person needs to serve 550 customers in a certain week in order for them to receive the same number of wages. Any questions about this question?
No.
All right. So factorize. So in factorization, you have some key things you need to note. So like difference of two squares. You're supposed to be able to look at a question and say, oh yeah, this is a difference of two squares question. So in this case, most persons might look at one and say, but one is not a square number. It is, because 1 times 1 is 1. So difference of two squares, you split it up, meaning that, let me see if I can get something to write. No, I don't. Sebastian, can you do some writing for me, please?
Okay, no.
Oh, yeah, we can annotate on Zoom. Never mind. So you have something like A, this is ugly, A plus B, A minus B. So when you have difference of two squares and they ask you to factorize, you should have two brackets, one with a plus sign, one with a minus sign. And your A represents the square root of the first number, your B represents the square root of the second number. So in this case, the square root of 1 is 1. So our A is equal to 1. Don't mind the tacky handwriting, guys. The square root of the second number is 4. No, the square root of 4, 8 squared is 2h. So our B is equal to 2h. That is not a Q2, 2h. So we can just write back our brackets. So your answer now would be 1 minus 2h, close bracket, 1 plus 2h. So it's something that you can just remember. You don't have to really study it or hurt your head trying to figure out how to factorize it. It's something that is standard. You just need to know it. So remember, you have one bracket with plus, one with minus. Your A represents the square root of your first number. Your B represents the square root of your second number. And remember, it should be a difference of two squares. So ensure that you can find the square root of both numbers that you're given. So if you are given something like 1 minus 3h squared, then that could not be a difference of two squares because you cannot find the square root of 3. Everybody clear on that? All right. Moving right along. So PQ minus Q squared minus 3p plus 3q. So you group them, again, factorize. Let me erase this. All right, so you group them and you look for what's common after you group them. So we're going to group the first two terms. So we're grouping pq minus q squared. So there we can see that there's a q common in both terms. So we take out that q. What are we left with? We're left with a q minus, we're left with a p minus a q. Looking at the second one, what are we going to take out? We can't take out a p, we can't take out a q, but 3 is common in both of them. But what kind of 3? Is it positive or negative? In this case, it's a negative 3. So that's how we end up with q, open bracket, p minus q, close bracket, negative 3, p minus q. And if you realize, both the brackets have the same thing. So we can group what's on the outside of the brackets. So we have q minus 3 in one bracket, and then p minus q in the other bracket, and that's it. So factorization is not difficult. You just need to identify what's common and group them, and then take out what's common again, and then group, and that's it. Any questions about factorizing? Because some persons usually have an issue with that. All right, no questions. So solve each of the following questions. This is pretty simple. Can somebody do this one for me? How would you approach this question? Come on, guys. Remember, I told you no answer is wrong. Just probably need some work. Nobody? Guys, it's there. At least use the answer that's there to assist you. All right, I'll just go and call on somebody randomly. Who is Crystal? Crystal? Francis?
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. 1 second. I was just looking at the solution and trying to get my answer on my own. I'm not finished as yet.
All right, I'm going to see if I can find somebody else to assist you.
Okay.
Ariana, would you like to assist Crystal?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you have 3 over 2 y equal 12. So you want to get rid of, you want to have y by itself, so you're going to get rid of the 3 over 2. So to do that, you're going to times 2 over 3 on both sides.
Why 2 over 3 and not 3 over 2? Because 2 over 3 is 2 over 3 and 3 over 2 is 3 over 3. 3 over 3 is 3 over 3 and 3 over 3 is 3 over 3. 3 over 3 is 3 over 3 and 3 over 3 is 3 over 3.
Because you're going to reciprocate it.
All right, that's correct.
And
That's
two into
Yes, thank you.
continue, Ariana.
2 into itself, 1, 2 into 3 into itself, 3. So y is going to leave by itself. On the other side now, 3 into itself, 1, 3 into 12, 4, and 4 times 2 is 8. So y is equal to 8.
That's good. That's correct. So everybody understands why we had to reciprocate, right? You don't just multiply it on both sides by the same 3/2. You had to reciprocate it because remember what you do on this side, you have to do the opposite. So on this side, we're multiplying. So if we're going to divide both sides by 3/2, then it's the same thing as multiplying by 2/3. Going to say that again. We need to get rid of the 3/2. The only way you can do that is by dividing by the 3/2. We can't really divide. So you multiply and you have to reciprocate. So you're going to multiply by 2/3 now instead of the 3/2. And with math, you always have an alternative method. You might do a question one way and somebody do it another way and they get the same answer. You have many different approaches. So if you can find one that's more comfortable for you, it's up to you. Find your comfort zone. So this is another way you can do it. Think of it as cross multiplying. So you give 12 a denominator of 1, so it keeps its value. You cross multiply, we end up with 3y is equal to 24, and you divide both sides by the 3 because we want y by itself, and we end up with our 8. So any method that's easier for you, you can work with that one. So the next one says 2x squared plus 5x minus 3, and we want to solve for x. All right, I need somebody else to walk us through this one. Gabriel, would you like to try? No. Bernardo. Everybody's shy, so I should be the shy one here. No response. So it's factorization, guys. So we're going to factorize. So again, we have 3 numbers in this case, but usually factorization, we need 4 in order to group them 2, 2. So we need to split up the middle number in order to get another value. So you can do that by saying -3, because we don't want to forget our signs. -3 times 2, we end up with -6. So we need 2 numbers. When we add them, we get 5, but when we multiply, we get -6. So for me, I usually write down the factors of the number that you get after you multiply. So the factors of 6 are 1 and 6, 2 and 3. But you can multiply 1 by 6 and get -6. So which one of them are going to allow to be negative? Nobody, anybody? Can be anyone, it's up to you. So we can assume that this is negative, or we can assume that the 6 is negative. Again, 2 and 3, which one is going to be negative? Again, you can assume that it's our 2 that's negative, and it can also be that it's our 3 that's negative. But in this case, we want it to be equal to positive 5. So the only value or values that can give us that is 1 and 6. So if we have 1 and 6, our new equation would look something like 2x squared. It's so hard to write here. 2x squared minus 1 or minus x, because 1x and x is same thing, plus 6x minus 3. And you group them, take out what's common, or x is common. So we take out x and we end up with 2x minus 1. And you realize that's what we have here in one bracket. When you go to the next side, we're going to factor out a negative 3 or a positive 3 because we want our brackets to have the same. So we're going to factor out a positive 3 and we end up with 2x again minus 1. So here are two brackets that we end up with. It's 2x minus 1 and x plus 3. And again, all of that is equal to 0. That's a key thing to note. It's equal to 0. Don't forget you're equal to 0. So we're going to split it up. So is either one bracket is equal to 0 or the other bracket is equal to 0. And we don't know which one. So we're going to figure out what happens if bracket A is equal to 0 or bracket B is equal to 0. So 2x minus 1 is equal to 0. When we solve for x, we end up with a half. Bracket B, x plus 3 is equal to 0. When we solve for x, we end up with negative 3. So x has two possible values here. It can either be a half or negative 3. So I'm seeing where somebody said in the chat it would be negative 6 and 1. Yes, you are correct. Negative. No, it would be negative 1 and 6. Because remember, we want to get positive 5. If you had negative 6 and 1, your answer would be negative 5 and not positive 5. So it's positive 5 that we want. Hence why it's our 1 that is negative. All right. So no questions. No questions, so we're moving on. So the quantities F, M, V, U, T are related according to the formula. So this is force that they're calculating. So we want to find the value of F when M is equal to 3. When M is equal to 3, U is equal to negative 1, V is equal to 2, and T is equal to 1. So it's pretty simple. We're just going to plug our values into our formula and calculate. Go over which one, Lillian?
The question that you just did.
The 2x squared plus 5x one.
Well, I'm going to share a whiteboard. Hopefully I can write better there. Are you guys seeing the whiteboard?
Yes.
All right, so we have 2x squared plus 5x. No, this is so hard to write with. Minus 3 equals 0. So remember we said that we have 3 values, but we want 4 in order to group them to 2. So in order to get that 4th number, we multiply the outer values. So everybody knows the general form of these type of equations. So it's a x squared plus b x minus or plus c. So our 2 is our a, our b is positive 5, and our c is negative 3. So it's a times b, so it's 2 times 3, which gives us negative 6. But we want 2 numbers that when you multiply them, you get negative 6, but when you add them, you end up with positive 5. So for me, sometimes I can look at it and say, oh, it's those 2 numbers. But for me, I always list out the factors of the numbers. So we're going to list the factors of 6. So we have 1 and 6, 2 and 3. But we have negative 6. So we want to know which number are we going to assign the negative value to in order to get positive 5. So we're going to assign it to our 1 because negative 1 plus 6 gives us 5. Negative 1 times 6 gives us negative 6. So it satisfies both conditions. It satisfies both conditions. So we don't need the 2 and the 3. We already found our 2 numbers that we need. So 2x squared two x squared. Sebastian, can you help me out here? This is so hard to write with. You hearing me, Sebastian?
Yes, I can hear. I'm sharing a whiteboard now. It was 2x squared plus 5x, 2x squared
plus 5x minus 3 equals 0.
2x squared AC equals 6, B equals 5, and then we said choose, and that said AC is equal to 6, AC is equal to negative 6, sorry.
Yeah.
B is equal to 5, and we choose 1 and 6.
-1 and 6.
-1 and 6. All right.
You sharing your
So,
screen, Sebastian? Because
yeah,
I'm
I'm
not.
sharing. You'd have to stop sharing your screen to see my screen, I think.
So we're going to rewrite the formula now with 2x squared minus x plus 6 minus 3 equals 0. So now we have 4 numbers, so we can group them. So we're going to put a bracket around 2x squared minus x and another bracket around 6x minus 3. So in the first bracket, we have x being common, so we're going to take out the x. And in our bracket, we'll have 2x minus 1. In the other bracket, we realize positive 3 is common. So we factor out that 3 and we end up with 2x minus 1. For some persons, once you get the first bracket, you can just rewrite it and then see what you need to multiply in order to get what's in the bracket. So in this case, we have 2x minus 1. So we write back our 2x minus 1. And then we write our outer values, which is x plus 3. And remember, in this case, is either the first bracket is equal to 0 or the second bracket is equal to 0. So what if we had x squared minus x minus 20 in this case? We'll soon get there. So you're saying x squared minus x. So for this question, our x is equal to 1/2 or our x is equal to 3. So the person who asked before, is it any clearer?
Yeah, I understand now.
All right, so to answer your question, Ariana, I'm going to ask you a few questions. So we established that we need to find what AC is. So based on the question that you propose, what would your AC be? You hearing me, Ariana? All right, you don't know. Sebastian, you can erase, please, and write that question that's in the chat. So she has x squared minus x minus 20 equals 0. So our A would be 1, our B would be -1, or C would be -20. You're seeing that, Ariana? And we want to find what our AC is. So AC is equal to 1 times -20, and that is -20. Not all questions can be factorized. This question looks like one of them, but we're going to go ahead and see if it can be done. So we have -20. We want two numbers. When you add them, you get -1. When you multiply, you get -20. So our factors of 20 are 1 and 20, 2 and 10, 4 and 5. Am I missing in? No, I don't think so. Can you write those for me, Sebastian? 1 and 20, 2 and 10, 4 and 5. So I'm going to ask you a question again, Ariana. Out of those three sets of factors, which one do you think would give you -1 when you add them, and which number would be negative and which one would be positive? Take your time in answering. There is no rush. Think about it. And if there is anybody who would like to assist her, you can go ahead.
It would be -5 and 4.
So it's -5 and 4. Why -5 and 4?
If you add -5 and 4, you would get 1. Now, one -1, and if you multiply them, you would get -20.
That's correct. So your 5 would be negative and your 4 positive. So we're going to rewrite your original equation in using these two values. So we're going to end up with x squared -4 or +4, or anyone you want to write first, Sebastian. It doesn't matter really. Is equal to 0. And you're going to group them now. You're following, Ariana? You group them, you take out what's common from each bracket. So from the first bracket, we see that x is common. So we factor out our x, we end up with x -5. Our second bracket, we can factor out a +4. End up with again x -5. So our first bracket is x +4 and our second bracket is x -5. When you solve for x, you end up with x equal to 5 or x equal to -4. So you understand now, Ariana, how you would approach a question like this?
Oh, Sharika, I was thinking as well that we could show them the quadratic formula approach, just in case like it can't be factorized, as you were saying before.
All right. So I can't erase this and leave the question part. So can somebody tell me the quadratic formula? And this is also something you guys should note. Don't depend on the formula sheet to tell you all the formulas you're going to need for your exam, because it's not going to help, to be honest. Some of the things that you see on the formula sheet, you're going to wonder, what am I going to use this for? So know your formula, know your concepts before you go into the exam. Don't depend on the information to be there waiting for you. Nobody?
You said you wanted the quadratic equation.
Go ahead, Gabriel.
It's x is equal to -b.
X is equal to -b. Continue.
Plus or minus square root b squared minus 4a over 2a.
Nice. So that's correct. So remember we established before that our A is 1, or B is -1, or C is negative 20. So you would just plug these values into your formula and solve for x. So we're going to do that now. So it's negative 1 plus or minus the square root of negative 1 squared minus 4 times 1 times negative 20 all over 2 times negative 20. One, sorry guys, not C. So simplify that, Sebastian, please.
Negative times a negative is a
That's correct. So guys, remember, negative times negative gives you a positive. A negative squared also gives you a positive. And again, you see where we have 4 times 1 is 4. But we have negative 20 times negative 4. So that's how we end up with a positive 80 and plus the one that we had before. That gives you your 81. I erase it. And we have that over 2. So here is where it gets kind of tricky. So you realize we have plus or minus. So here you're going to have to separate them. So you're going to have one side with a plus and the other with a minus. So we find the square root of 81, 9 plus 1 is equal to 10. 10 divided by 2 gives you a positive 5. Square root of 81 again, that's 9. But in this case, our 9 is negative. So it's 1 minus 9, which gives us negative 8 divided by 2. That gives you a negative 4. And it's the same answers that we got before. So as I said before, guys, you have many ways of approaching a question. It's up to you which one you're more comfortable with, which one is easier for you. Just find your comfort zone and do your best. So I'm going to share again if we don't have any more questions about that. So we started to discuss this question and we said that we're just going to plug the values that we get into the formula to calculate our f. So it's 3, and we need to find m minus v first, which is 2 minus negative 1 over 1. So it's 3 times 2 plus 1. So it's 3 times 3 over 1. And our answer is 9. So they say make v the subject of the formula. What do they mean by make the subject? Anybody? What?
Transpose for v.
Yeah, so we're going to transpose and make v the subject. So we want v to be by itself on one side. So the first thing that we need to do is get rid of the t. We cross multiply, we end up with ft is equal to m, open bracket, v minus u. We're all following. So we need to get rid of our m. Some persons might just divide by n, some persons multiply out the bracket and then bring over. So we're going to multiply out the bracket, we end up with mv minus mu is equal to ft. We're going to bring over the mu it's being subtracted on the left-hand side. So in order to get rid of it, we need to add it on both sides. We end up with MV is equal to FT plus MU. Divide both sides by M, we end up with FT plus MU over M. And that's your V. So this is construction. For me, I always try to sketch a diagram, so a small representation of what the question is asking. Yes, Davina, we can definitely send these to you in the WhatsApp group. So I usually sketch a little diagram to give me an idea of how my final solution should look. So they say that you should use a ruler, a pencil, and a pair of compass, construct the triangle ABC such that AB is 8 centimeters, BAC is equal to 30 degrees, and AC is 10 centimeters. So remember your second value or your middle value when it comes to angles represent the point where your angle is located at. So our 30-degree angle is located at A. That's the first thing I usually do. So we have a point A, and that's where our angle is. So they say AB is 8 centimeters. So you can draw your line going up, or you can draw it going sideways. It's up to you, but I usually go sideways first. So our B is here. Remember, your BAC is 30 degrees. So we know somewhere here, there's an angle that's 30 degrees. And we know we can just join these and we get our C. And then we know that this line should be 10 and this line should be 8 centimeters. So that basically gives you an idea of how your diagram should look. So in this solution, they constructed their AB line first. That's 8 centimeters. Then they drew their 30-degree angle. So they went the long way by using the 60-degree and then probably cutting it in half to get 30. Everybody knows how to use their compass to get these angles. If you don't, probably you need to go and practice, because they can ask you for a 60, they can ask you for a 30, they can ask you for a 90-degree. So get some practice if you're not aware of how to do it as yet. After drawing their 30-degree angle, they then constructed their 10-centimeter line and they just connected the dots, and that's it. They have their ABC triangle. So that's pretty straightforward. Read your question, ensure that you label your points, label your A, your B, your C, your 10 centimeters, your 8 centimeters, and your 30-degree. So hold on. This. All right, so we're moving on. So this question says, state the coordinates of point Q. This is easy, guys. Come, somebody assist me. somebody, that person will be assisting me for this entire question, so be prepared. And if somebody doesn't reply, I'm just going to call on somebody. Let me see. Miss Martin, that's Michaela Martin. We'll be doing this question together. You hear? Please turn on your microphone. If you don't want to participate, let me know. I'm not going to force anybody. So I'm guessing that's a no to participation. Rochelle, would you like to try? I'll be assisting you guys, so don't be afraid. No.
0, 0, 0, 0, P is 2, 2, and Q is 4, 1.
That's correct. Who is speaking? Let me know your name, please.
Bennett.
Who?
Bennett, Lillian.
All right, Lillian. That's correct. So moving on. Next question says, the line PQ is mapped onto P complement Q complement by an enlargement with center 0 or O and scale factor 3. So on the diagram, draw the line P complement Q complement. So how would you approach this question, Lillian, sorry. And if you don't know, don't be afraid to say you don't know.
I'm not sure.
All right, so they say it's an enlargement, meaning that it's going to have to be bigger than what it actually is now. They said by a scale factor of 3 with a center O. So your center is very important. It means that the position of the line that you're going to draw, the complement of the line that you're going to draw, should be respective to your origin O. So if we have 4, 1 as our points and we want to enlarge or allow that to grow by scale factor of 3, you can do that using matrix, or you can use it regularly, saying 4 times 3, that's 12. 4 times 1, that's 4. So we're enlarging P, the enlarge, and we said that P was 2, 2. So 2 times 3, sorry, 6, 2 times 3 is 6 as well. So our P complement point would be at 6, 6. And you do the same for Q. You enlarge Q by 3. So it's 3 times 1, you have 3, and 3 times 4, you have 12. And your graph should look something like this. So most persons might not be able to do it the matrix way. So that's a simpler version, or if you want to go the matrix way, that's not a problem either. But when you talk about enlargement, all you have to do is just multiply the point values by the scalar factor. So we're just multiplying the points, 1 and 4, and 2 and 2, by the scale factor 3. All right, next question. Can you read that for me, please, Lillian?
The angle OPQ undergoes a reflection in the line y equals 0 to produce the image OPQ. And the diagram above shows the angle OPQ.
All right, so do you know anything about what happens to an image when it is reflected in the line y equals 0?
It flips something like that.
So it flips, but what happens when it flips? So it would flip to where specifically? Down, to the side, to the left, to the right, where?
To the left.
To the left. Why to the left and not somewhere else? So I want you to ask yourselves these questions, guys, because you need to have a general idea. So let us try and identify our y equals 0 line. Where is y equal to 0 at this point here? So y is equal to 0 along our x-axis. You're seeing that?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't shift to the left, it would flip downwards. And something you can note, if an image is formed in the y equal to x axis, your x values remain the same, but your y values, they change sign. So in this case, our original p had a positive 2 for its y value, but you realize it's the same positive 2 that it has for the x value, but our y value now becomes a negative 2. Same for q, our x value of 4 remains the same, but our y value is no longer 1, but now negative 1. And it's the opposite for a reflection in the x-axis. Your x values would change. So if they're positive, they become negative. If they're negative, they become positive. So these are simple rules, you can call them, that allow you to make general assumptions. You don't have to do a lot of working out if you know these principles, and you save a lot of time when you're doing your exam. Any questions about reflection, transformation, enlargement before we move on? No? All right. So the function f has a domain 1, 2, 3, and that domain is given by a, and our function is f of x is equal to half x minus 3. So they want us to find the value of f1. That's pretty straightforward and simple. We're just going to substitute 1 where we have x in the equation. So half times 1 minus 3 gives us half minus 3, and your final answer is negative 2.5. Second, they said find the value of x for which f of x is negative 2. So in this case, they want us to find the x value. So we're going to say half x minus 2 is equal to the value that was given, which is negative 2. And we're going to solve for x. You're going to bring over your negative 3. It becomes positive. So it's half x is equal to negative 2 plus 3. We end up with a half x equal 1. We need to get rid of the 2. So we multiply by the reciprocal of a half, which is 2. So it's 2 times 1 is equal to x, or x is equal to 2. So next question, an ordered pair for the function is expressed in the form AB. So it's pretty the same as saying XY. Using your answers to AI and AII, or otherwise, list the ordered pair for the function of X. So they're basically saying you found the X value or you found the Y value. So we want to see them in the form AB. So for the first question, we got our X to be 1, that was a given. And we calculated our f of x or y to be negative 2.5. So our first point is 1 and negative 2.5. Second, they already gave us the negative 2, and we found that our x was equal to 2. So our second point is 2, negative 2, and now we need to find what f of 3 is. So we're going to plug 3 into the formula. We end up with 1.5 minus 3, and our final answer is negative 1.5. So our last point is 3 and negative 1.5. And they ask you for a list of ordered pairs. So you put your bracket around it to show that it is a list. Last question from here, it says, explain why f of x equals 5 for the function is not equal to 5 for the function specified. So before we got a question similar to this, they asked us what was x if f of x is equal to, I think it's negative 2, yeah, negative 2. So it's the same thing here, but we're trying to prove something. So we're trying to prove that f of x equal to 5, the x value that you're going to get does not exist in the domain. So y is equal to f of x, y f of x is equal to 5. We're going to say half x minus 3 is equal to 5. We bring over the negative 3, it becomes positive. So half x is equal to 8. We're going to get rid of the half by multiplying by 2. 2 times 8 is 16, or x is equal to 16. But at the beginning of the question, we got that. I'm going to highlight it. The function f has a domain A, which is equal to 1, 2, 3. We're going to look back, we realize that the x that we got down here was 16. 16 is not 1, it's not 2, and it's not 3. So therefore, f of x cannot be equal to 5 because this x value that we got does not exist in our domain. And that's your proof, or that's your explanation for that question. Any questions? No. All right. So solve the inequalities. So inequalities are similar to regular equations, only thing that you need to note is that there's no equal sign. Again, you have many ways of working a question. Some persons substitute the greater than or less than or greater than or equal to less than or equal to sign for an equal sign, and after they find the value, they substitute back the sign that they were given. But it's up to you which method is better for you. In this case, we're not going to substitute anything with any equal sign because it can get confusing and you might forget to put back your greater than or less than or equal to or greater than or equal to sign. So from probably basic school, primary school days, they always tell you that the larger number, the fish mouth always open to the larger number. So in this case, we're looking at a less than equation because we read from left to right. So we're going to say 3x minus 1 is less than 11. If it was the other way around where the fish mouth was pointing to the left, we would say 3x minus 1 is greater than 11. So that's how we usually read it. To solve it now, again, it's like a regular equation. Only thing that's different is the sign. So we need to get rid of the 1. So we would add 1 on both sides. So it would become 3x is less than 12. Divide both sides by 3. We end up with x is less than 4. And again, usually for me, I always keep the x value on the side that they give you it on, because if you change the side, you have to change the sign. So if we had brought over the negative, if we had brought over the 3x instead of the 1, we would have to change the sign to a greater than sign. So when you're working these questions, try to keep the unknown on the side that it was given on. So our answer there is x is less than 4. Next one, 2 is less than or equal to 3x minus 1. So again, we want to keep our x on our right-hand side. So we're going to bring over the 1. It's negative, so we add it on both sides. We end up with 3 is less than or equal to 3x. Divide both sides by 3. We end up with 1 is less than or equal to x. And if you want to switch it around, again, you have to switch the signs. So if we switch it, we'll end up with x is greater than or equal to 1. So moving on to your number line. So things to note about when writing or drawing your number line. Your regular less than and equal sign is represented by an unshaded circle. Your greater than or equal to, less than or equal to is represented by a shaded circle. So in this case, we're going to use both shaded and unshaded circles because in our question, we have a less than and equal sign and a less than sign. So before, if you realize we actually worked this out already, because if you look at this part here, look at the first part, it's similar to the second question that you just worked out. 2 less than or equal to 3x minus 1. And if you look at the second half, it's similar to the first part that you worked out. So all you have to do is just represent each section and then put them together. So we know that our answer for the first half was x is greater than or equal to 1. So if it's greater than, that means it's moving to our right. That means the number continues to get bigger. I said before, our shaded circle represents less than or equal to or greater than or equal to. So that's why we have a shaded circle here. And if you realize 1 is under it, and the reason why that is because we have 1 here. Looking at the second half now, we got an answer of x is less than 4. Again, we have our 4, but it's less than, so it's to the left. So it's decreasing basically. Putting all of that together now, we have our final number line here. You have your 0 mark, your 1, there's a shaded region, a shaded circle above your 1, and an open circle above your 4, and they meet. So it's basically a segment, and that's it. Any questions about inequalities before we move on? If you have a question that you want us to work out, anything that you're unclear about what was said, give you a minute to think. No, okay. Not seeing anything in the chat, so I'm assuming you guys are okay with that question. Can somebody just say, hi, I'm here? Because I've been talking for a while, so I need to check that you guys are hearing me. Are you guys sleeping?
I think x would be 360 subtracting the result. So adding.
That's correct. So to find the degree, it would be 360 minus 94 degrees minus 45 degrees. And we have a result of 221. So for persons who don't know, the sum of angles in a circle is equal to 360. So that's how you get the 360 degrees. So they ask, what percentage of students chose cricket? So it's pretty simple. It's like fractions. We know that cricket is represented by 94 degrees. We can form a fraction from that number. So it's 94 over the total of 360 times 100, and that will give you a percentage of 26.11. And if you want, you don't have to leave it to 2 decimal places and specifically stated 2 dp, you can leave your answer as is if you have more than 2 dp. So they say, given that 40 students chose tennis, calculate the total number of students in the group. So 40 chose tennis. And we know that the degrees that represents tennis is 45. So it's 45 over 360. That would be a fraction. And for me, there is a thing that I was taught. I'm going to share it with you guys. So you write the fraction. Our fraction is 45 over 360 divided by the number that it represents. And if you're going to divide, it's the same thing as saying 45 over 360 times 1 over 40. And then you simplify and you end up with 320 students in total. Some persons might take the root of saying 45 over 360. They reduce that as a fraction. Let me see what that is. That sounds like what, 1/8 or something like that. After doing that, they said, oh, if 1/8 is equal to 40, if 1/8 is equal to 40, then the whole is equal to 320. So they use something like a ratio. So again, it's up to you which formula, which way or method you're comfortable with. Moving right along. So below shows a frequency polygon, number of goals scored by a team in 25 matches. Erase this. So they want us to find the number of matches when X is 2 and when X is 5. It's pretty simple. All you have to do, why this freezing up like that? All you have to do is just look at your diagram where X is 2, find the Y value, and you write down your value. In this case, when X is 2, Y is 3. When X is 5, Y is 2. So what is the modal number of scores scored by the team? Again, you're going to look at your table and ask yourself which number appears the most. So the number of matches that has the highest number is 5 and 7. Those are the two largest. And 5 is associated with 0. 7 is associated with 1. So we're assuming that the number of goals scored, which is 1, is our modal score because 1 appears 7 times. 0 appears 5 times, so it would be our second modal score if something like that existed. So we need to find the median. What is the median? Can somebody tell me what is the median?
The middle number.
Yes, so it's the middle number, and we were told that there were 25 matches. So what would be our middle number? Which term? Or 10th term or 12, 15? Which term? How did you get 3? Somebody said 3 in the chat. How did you get 3? Ooh. Sorry about that, guys. Not going to answer how you got 3. So our median would be our 13th term based on our table. 5 and 7 would give us 12. So our 13th value would be 2. Everybody seen that? Our 13th value would be 2. So our median is actually 2 and not 3. So they say calculate the mean number of scores or goals scored by the team. So mean sum of your f of x over sum of x. Pretty simple formula, easy to remember. So the sum of your y values times your x value over the sum of your frequency. So for the first one, we know that our x was 0 or y was 5. So it's 0 times 5. Our second was 1. The frequency for that was 7. Third, 2. Frequency for that was 3. And it continues to 6. You find the sum of those, you end up with 54. And we know that our frequency is 25 because we were told they played 25 matches, or 25 matches. You divide and you have a mean of 2.16 goals. So I'm not seeing any questions, any concerns. So I'm assuming everybody is comfortable with mean, median, and mode. Just know what each term represents and how to calculate your mean and median based on different criteria, because sometimes you have frequency, like in this case. Sometimes you have where the data is grouped according to bands. So note how you're going to work out those if you're presented with such questions. So question 6. So we're given the value pi is equal to 22/7. In the diagram below, not drawn to scale, shows the cross-section of a circular metal disc with a radius of 21 millimeters. The square hole with side 6 mm is located at the center of the disc. Calculate the circumference of the disc. So circumference is equal to what? Come guys, remember we said that you need to know your formulas. Don't depend on your formula sheet. What is circumference equal to?
I squared.
Pi d r 2 pi r. So in this case, they gave us the radius. So we're going to use the second one, which is 2 pi r. So it's 2 times 22/7, because that's the pi that they gave us. So if they gave you 3.12, you would use 3.12, but use what you were given. In this case, it's 22/7. And that multiplied by 21 gives us 132 millimeters. Please don't forget your units. It's a part of your answer. Next, the area in millimeters of the cross section of the disc. So I think the formula that the person just mentioned was the area. So area of a circle is equal to pi r squared. But they ask us for the area of the cross section of the disc. Remember, there is a hole in the disc. So we need to take out that hole because it's not taking up any space, hence it has no area. So our area for a cross section would be area of the circle minus area of the square hole. So pi 22/7 times r squared, which is 21 squared, minus the area of a square is length times width. In this case, the length and the width are the same, so it's 6 squared. And we end up with 1,386 minus 36 mm squared. And remember, guys, square represents area. Area is recorded in square units. So that's why you have mm squared. So our final answer is 1,350 mm squared. So given the thickness of the disc is 2 millimeters, calculate the maximum number of discs that can be constructed from 1,000 MC cube of metal. So first thing we need to ask ourselves, how many MC cubes or how many MM cubes can give us a CM cube? And in this case, 1 CM cube is equal to 1,000 mm cube. So we already know what the area is. It's 1,350. And we need to find the volume basically. So we're going to multiply that 1,350 by 2 in order to find the cube. In order to find the volume, we ended up with a volume of 2,700 mm cube. But then we need to know how many cm cube we can get out of that. So we established that 1 cm cube is equal to 1,000 mm cube. So we're going to divide the volume of the metal by the volume of one disc. So it's 1,000 times 1,000 divided by the amount of one disc, which is 2,700, and we end up with 370.4 discs. Any questions? And there's an error here, guys. Again, I told you before, you can't neglect the 0.4 because if you plug 370 disk, it will not give you the full 1 cm cube. So that should be 371 disks to complete the question. So a globe. Any questions, guys? We have approximately 8 minutes before your break. So ask your questions. A globe is a scale spherical representation of the Earth. The actual length of the equator, LL, is 40,000 kilometers and is represented on the globe by a piece of string of length 160 cm. So what is the length of the string? What length of the string would represent an actual distance of 500 kilometers on the globe? So analyzing the question, noting what you have, note what they ask you for. So length of the equator, you underline that or highlight it, whichever one you want to do. And it's represented by a 160 cm string. And the question asks, what length would represent an actual distance 500 km on the globe? So 40,000 km is represented by 160. And we want to know 500 km is represented by how many centimeters. You can do it in ratio form, or you can simplify it by saying, by finding how much is 1 kilometers, and then you multiply that value by your 500 km. So we're going to go the second route. So it's 160 over 40,000 times the 500, and we end up with a 2 centimeter. So we need 2 centimeters of string in order to represent 500 kilometers. So moving along. Remember, guys, if you have any questions, type them in the chat, open the microphone and speak. So the distance between P and Q is represented on the globe by a string of 25, centimeters. So calculate the value of PQ, the actual distance in kilometers. So we're doing the opposite of what was asked in I. So again, 160 represents 40,000. So it's 40,000 divided by the 160, because I said before, we're doing the opposite. So it's not 160 divided by 40,000. We end up with 25 centimeters. So we're going to use that 25 and multiply it by the answer that we get after we divide. And our distance from P to Q is 6,250 kilometers. So as I said before, guys, most of the questions are pretty straightforward, but you know, it can be nervous sometimes. You probably don't read the question properly. So again, underline, circle, whatever you do, put asterisks, know what the question gives you, know what they're asking for, and all of that. So a sequence of figures is made from squares of unit length. Unit length means all of them are the same size. The first three figures show the sequence. So they say you should draw the fourth sequence. So based on how these look, give me an idea of what the fourth sequence would look like. Anybody? I've been talking too long now and nobody has been responding. Who is Tammy? Tammy, would you like to share as to how you think the fourth figure should look? Anybody would like to assist Tammy?
Two squares stuck on each other. At the starting at like for figure, starting at the top square. So beside the top square, the bottom square would start at the top square for figure 3 up to figure 3. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I understand. So that's correct. So basically, they're just adding two squares to the right of the diagram. So study the pattern for the numbers in each row of the table. Each row relates one of the figures in the sequence of figures. Some rows have not been included in the table, and we need to complete the ones that are indicated. So we're going to do figure 4, when the number of squares is 43, and figure N. So before we even go any further, looking at the questions, looking at the table, can anybody give me a clue what they think would be the number of squares for 4 and the perimeter of the figure for 4? And if you want to answer all three, go ahead.
Would it be 9 and 20 for 4?
Nine and 20. All right. 9 and 20. So what would be the answer for the second one? When the number of squares is 43. Yeah, number of squares is 43. 1 and 20, 2 and 20, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 20, 27, 28, 29. All right, so usually they give you like a formula, and that's going to be an answer for the third one. So you try to figure out a pattern. So what's the relationship between 1 and 3? What's the relationship between 1 and 8? So that's how you usually look at it. So to get 3, what do I need to do to 1? So they have here, you can say 2 times 1 is 2 plus 1, that gives you 3. We need to verify if it works for the second one. So 2 times 2, that is 4, plus 1, that gives you 5. So we're seeing where that pattern actually exists. Need to verify again, because you can't just, it might work for 2 and it might not work for the others. So again, 2 times 3 is 6 plus 1, and we did get the 7. So we can use the same scenario here for 4. So it's 2 times 4, 8 plus 1. That's how we got to our 9. Moving right along, we have 2 times something plus 1 would give us 43. So basically going to solve for n. So we need to get rid of the 1. So we bring it over by subtracting. We end up with 2n is equal to 42. Divide both sides by 2. Or figure 21 would have 43 squares. And that's how you get to 21. So our general formula for finding the number of squares in the figure S is equal to 2n plus 1. But how do we go about finding the perimeter? What relationship does 8 and 1 have in common? What relationship does 2 and 12 have in common? Remember, you don't want to include the number of squares in the figure. You want it to have some sort of relation to the position of the figure, which are these numbers. Always remember that. You want it to have some sort of relation to these numbers. So again, what can we do to 8? Or what can we do to 1 in order to get 8? In this case, we can say 4 times 1 plus 4 would give us 8. That's true, but we need to verify for the others. 4 times 2 is 8 plus 4, that gives us 12. So it's true again. 4 times 3 is 12 plus 4, we end up with 16. So we're seeing that that pattern follows. So we're going to say our perimeter now for the fourth figure would be 4 times 4 plus 4, and that's how we got our 20. And we need to work it out when our figure, for figure 21. So it's 4 times 21, that gives us 84 plus 4, 88. And lastly, our general equation would be P is equal to 4n plus 4. So again, guys, look for the relationship that exists between the position of the figure and the number that you're given. Sometimes it takes a while. You can't just look at it all the time and say, oh yeah, we can realize, say, then multiply by 2 and add 1. No, it's not always that case. So you need to be very keen on trying to figure out these. So we're moving on to section 2 now. So you see, guys, time management is going to be an important factor when you're doing your exams. We can't be spending as much time as I am doing now on the questions. You need proper time management Don't spend too long on a certain question. Try to answer them as quickly and effectively as possible. So relations, functions, and graphs. This, most persons usually find question section 2, to be the hardest. It can be difficult, but you just need to know your information and practice. So we're going to see if we can tackle this section. So the first question here says the diagram shows 6 points of the function y is equal to 3x plus 1 over x. The coordinates of these 6 are given in the table below. So they want us to complete the table by finding when x is equal to 0.5 and when x is equal to 2. So that is pretty simple. We're going to plug our 0.5 into our formula. We end up with y being equal to 3. 3 times 0.5 plus 1 over 0.5. You multiply, you end up with 1.5 plus 2, and our final answer when x is equal to a half, y is equal to 3.5. Now, when x is equal to 2, again, plug your values into your formula. We end up with 6 plus a half, and our final answer to be 6.5. They give you the question in the values in the question in decimals, so we're going to stick to decimals. So usually to make things more consistent, you don't switch between decimals and fraction because you can confuse yourself. So we're working with decimals here. So on the diagram, given the ordered pair shown in the table, so we're going to plot the points. So after plotting, should look something like this. So when plotting graphs, persons usually have a problem with identifying how should my axis look. Sometimes they give you the axis, sometimes they don't. So in this case, you realize the axis was given, so you don't need to figure it out, but that's also something you need to note. Learn to figure out the scale of your axis because it can take time for a person, because some persons usually say, oh, I just gonna label it 1, 2, 3. Then they realize, oh, it's too small, or I'm going to label it 2, 4, 8. Then you realize 2, 4, 6, 8, sorry. Then you realize, oh, it's not going to hold. So you need to know how to look at your values that you're given and come up with a scale for your graphs. So by giving an appropriate straight line, am I moving too fast? No. So by giving an appropriate straight line on the diagram on page 25, find the approximate solution to the equation 3x plus a half is equal to 6. So 3x plus a half is equal to 6. So we all know the equation of a line y is equal to mx plus c. Everybody know that, right?
Yeah.
So y is equal to mx plus c. So in this case, our y is equal to 6. So we're going to draw a line, y is equal to 6. That's this line here, going straight across, y is equal to 6. And where that line cuts the curve, that's where you're going to have your solution. So based on the graph, it cuts it at 0.18 and 1.82. And that would be your solution for the equation 3x plus 1 over x is equal to 6. And bear in mind, you don't give any y values. They're only asking you for x values. Not seeing any questions, so we're moving right along. The speed time graph below shows information for the first 50 seconds of a car's, 60 seconds, sorry, of a car's journey. So calculate the acceleration in meters per second squared of the car during stage B. What is acceleration? What is acceleration?
Change velocity over time.
So it's changing velocity over time or changing speed over time. So we know the grade, we know how to calculate gradient, y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. And it's practically the same thing here because our speed is on our y-axis, our time is on our x-axis. So y would be over x. So we're going to find the gradient. So it's 40 minus or 15 over 60 minus or 40. We end up with 25 over 20, and we end up with a 1.25 meters squared as our acceleration. Any questions? You understand why you would use gradient to find the acceleration? I'm taking the silence as a yes. So they say calculate the average speed covered. Calculate the average speed covered. Calculate the average speed of the car during stage B. So average speed. So average distance over time is our speed, and we want to know average speed. So we need to find total distance and total time. Is that clear? Keyword, average speed. So in order to find average speed, we need to calculate total area or total distance traveled and total time. So to find the distance covered, that is equal to the area under the graph. So distance covered is equal to area under the graph. And it's a trapezium, guys. So our area under our graph is, let me see if I can highlight it to show you, would be here. This figure here. So when we find the area, we end up with 550 meters. So that is our total distance covered. Now we need to find the total time. Total time is pretty simple. It's the end time minus the start time. Our end time is 60 seconds. Our start time for stage B is 40 seconds. So we end up with 20 seconds being our total time taken. So it's 550 divided by the 20, and that gives us 27.5 meters per second. So again, note that your average is found by finding your total area or total distance covered. Then you find your total time and then you divide. Average is the key word. So at time at t equals 60, the car starts to slow down with a uniform deceleration of 2.5 meters squared. How long does the car take to come to rest? So we know that acceleration is when you're speeding up, the acceleration is when you're slowing down. So we're slowing down at a speed of 2.5 meters per second squared. So at t equal 60, our speed would be what? Remember our acceleration at that point is 2.5, and we want to know what would our speed be. Previously, we calculated acceleration, and acceleration and deceleration has the same formula. So what would be your formula if you're given acceleration and time and you want to find speed? Anybody? Come on, guys, give it a try. Going to go back up and probably it will jog your memory. So remember we said that acceleration was velocity over time, and we want to find velocity in this case, or speed. How would you go about doing that? Anybody? Nobody? All right, guys, so you would basically multiply time by acceleration in order to get velocity. Because if we had A being equal to V over T, and we want to find V, cross multiply A times T would be equal to V. So you can just jot that down somewhere, have it at the back of your head, anywhere you want to put it. So first, we need to sketch a little diagram. We're going to note that before, the car's speed was actually at 40. How did we get that 40? Before it started to slow down, at 60 seconds, based on the first graph, our speed is 40. So we're sticking to that 40. We want to know how long does it take to come to rest. So we want to know the distance or the time t from here to here. Everybody seeing that? And we know the deceleration is 2.5. So to represent it on the graph, it would be negative 2.5 because it's deceleration. Acceleration is positive, deceleration is negative. Everybody seeing that? Come on, guys. Yes or no, maybe so. I need you to answer so I know that you're here or not. All right, so we're moving from a speed of 60 to a point of rest. At that point, your speed is 0. We established before that A is equal to V over T. So if we want to find our T or any other unknown, you have to plug in your values. So in this case, it's going to be a rate of change. Rate of change meaning your V is going to be moving. So it's going to be moving from 40 to 0. So your time has to change as well. And we know that our acceleration or the acceleration is 2.5 or negative 2.5 in this case. So we're going to write a little formula, a little equation. 40 minus the 0. So it's maximum speed that the car was at before it started to deaccelerate to the speed that it is at when it comes to rest, minus 60, not minus, over 60. That's the time when the car was at 40, and the time that it's at rest would be 60 plus t, and t is what we want to find. And all of that is equal to negative 2.5. So we simplify that, we end up with 40 is equal to negative t, because 40 minus 0 is 40. 60 minus 60, or to expand the bracket before we do any subtraction, negative 60 minus t. So it would be 60 minus 60 minus t. Everybody with me? Come on, guys, this not working out. I need to hear some voices. Or see some messages. You're hearing, but you're not understanding. All right, where did I lose you, Tammy? You want me to start over this question?
Yeah,
This
sure.
section of the question? All right, so we're going to start from the top of the question again. So they say at time t equals 60, the car starts to slow down with a uniform deceleration of 2.5 meters per second squared. Determine how long it will take the car to come to rest. So t equals 60 starts to slow down. We know that at t equals 60, our speed is at 40. So that's how we ended up with that 40 on the graph there. Or the acceleration, which is the gradient of the line, is 2.5, but because it's the acceleration, it's going to be negative. So it's negative 2.5. And we want to know t, which is from here, from 60 to wherever the car stops. We know the formula A is equal to V over T. Acceleration is the same as the acceleration. Only thing, one's positive and the other is negative. So we want to create a formula based on the values that we have. And we said that acceleration has to do with some change in this case because we're moving from a point where we are moving to a point where we're at rest. So there's some change taking place. So we're moving from V1, we're going to assume, to V2. And it's the same here. We're moving from T1 to T2. So to represent that change, we're going to say the speed at which the car was at 60 seconds minus the speed at when it's at rest, and that speed is 0. So it's 40 minus 0, and that is the speed section of it. At the bottom, we need time. We know that at speed 40, our time was at 60 seconds. We're going to subtract now the assumed time, which is 60 minus t, and that time is when the car is at rest. So we're going to expand that 60 plus t to negative 60 minus t, because we want to get rid of the brackets. And so we end up with 60 minus 60, that's going to give you 0. So that's how we end up with negative t by itself. And 40 at the top. They basically just cross multiply. So we have 40 on one side and negative t times negative 2.5 on the other side. Are you following, Tammy?
Yes, I'm following.
All right. So we know that negative times a negative would give us a positive. So we end up with 2.5 t is equal to 40. So divide both sides by 2.5. We end up with 40 over 2.5, and you get a value of 16. So our t is equal to 16. But again, look at the question. It asks, how long will it take the car to come to rest? In this case, we have answered the question. It takes 16 seconds for the car to come to rest. But suppose they ask you at what time would the car come to rest? Then you would say 60 plus the 16, that would give you 76. So it would come to rest after a total of 76 seconds. But this is an error again. Your answer is 16 because it asks how long after it starts to slow down will the car come to rest. And for persons who do physics, you can use one of the equations of motions and work it out nicely. So you have one that states v is equal to u plus at. So its velocity or final velocity is equal to initial plus acceleration and time, and you plug your values into your formula and you find t is equal to 16. Much more comfortable, Tammy? Or there's something you're still unclear about? All right, I'm going to take your silence as a yes. So geometry and trig. So can somebody read that question for me, please?
The diagram below, not drawn to scale, shows the relative positions of 3 reservoirs, B, F, and G, all on ground level. The distance BF equal 32 kilometers, FG equal 55 kilometers, and angle BFG is 103 degrees, and F is on a bearing of 042 degrees from B.
All right, thank you. So what do you guys know about bearings? Anybody can answer. Some key things you need to remember. Anything you want to share? What do you know about bearings? All right, so doesn't seem as if anybody would like to share. So your bearings is measured from your northern point. That's the most important and probably the only thing you need to know about bearings. It's measured from your northern point. So you always have a north point. Always, always, always. Give me a second, guys. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. So you need to know your north point, depending on what the question is asking. It can be at B, it can be at F, it can be at G. So it all depends on what the question is asking you. So first question, determine the bearing of B from F. All right, you're welcome, Tammy. So bearings of B from F. So based on the question, we know that our point of origin should be at F because it says from F. So we're going to draw a north line at F. And bearings is usually measured in a clockwise direction, always a clockwise direction. So we want to know the angle from the northern point at F to where the B line is, and that's this entire region. All of this here. So we can use the Z angle rule to find this little section here. We can't use the 103 because if we're going to use the 103, then we would need to find this section here, and that is going to be too much work. So you always try to analyze the question, look at it and try to find the simplest way you can achieve your answer. So our north line is a straight line. So we know that here from the north line to the end of the north line is 180. Angles on a straight line equal 180 degrees. So we just need to find that little section between the north line and the B line. And to do that, you use the Z angle rule, or alternative angle as some people call it, and the Z is formed here. The Z is formed here. Hope you're seeing it. That's how you get your 42. Then we say 180 plus 42, that gives us 222, and that would be a bearings from F. That would be a bearings from B to F. So again, note where they're asking you from. That is where you're going to put your northern line. So it's from F, hence why the northern line is at F. Any questions? Again, go ahead and type them in the chat or open a microphone and speak. So calculate the distance BG. That's the next question. So I want to calculate BG. Where is BG, this distance here? BG. All right, so how would you go about finding BG? And it says to 1 decimal place. So keep that in mind, that when we find our answer, we should put it to 1 decimal place. So there's something called your sine rule and your cosine rule. You usually use your cosine rule when you want to find a line or a side that's opposite to an angle. And usually that angle that's opposite to the side is located between two known sides. So again, you usually use the cosine rule when you want to find a side that's opposite to an angle, and that angle is located between two known sides. So in this case, our formula is side squared plus side squared minus 2 times the side times the other side cos angle. So you can say a squared plus b squared minus 2ab cos theta. Any way you want to put it. And that's squared. Remember, it's bg squared is equal to, or x squared, whatever you want to call it, is equal to a squared plus b squared minus 2ab cos theta. So plug in your values, we end up with 32 squared plus 55 squared. You see where we got the 32 being here and here, minus 2 times 32 times 55 cos 103. So our theta is 103. We break that down, we end up with BG squared being equal to 4,840.828. And again, for persons who don't know this, you work your cos or sines first. So we need to find cos 103 first before we can multiply it by the product of 2 times 32 times 55. So we established that our BG squared is 4,840.82, but we want to find BG. So we need to find the square root of that value. We end up with 69.58, but again, the question asks us one decimal place. So the 8 is greater than 5. So we round up, hence we end up with 69.6 kilometers. And again, guys, don't leave off your units. They are important as the numbers that represent your answer. So moving right along, they said, calculate to the nearest degree the bearing of G from B. So can somebody tell me which letter would be our starting point, B or G, and why?
B, because it's from B.
That's correct. So B would be our starting point. So B already has a north point. So we just need to find what is the angle from B to G. So here we're going to have to use some sort of cosine or probably sine, probably tan, depends on what we're presented with. So we already know a little part. We just need to find this little red part in here. We know the three sides of the triangle. We know that it is not a right angle triangle. So we know that it's not going to be any other things that we mentioned before. So there's something called the sine rule. It's kind of a ratio, basically. So it's ratio of side to the angle opposite, or the angle that corresponds to that side, and they compare it to the other sides and angles. So that is your sine rule. Usually for these questions, they usually follow the same pattern. So you get a question and they tell you, first, find the bearings from certain point to another point. The second question is, if not all the time, most times, a cosine rule question. The third is always, if not most again, a sine rule question. So once you know the formulas, you will be able to answer these questions. So it's 69.58. That's the value that we got before, over, the value that we got before, there's an error. They said one decimal place. But for precision purposes, we're going to use 69.58. So we're using the 69.58 sine the angle that's opposite to it, which is 103, is equal to 55. Why 55? Because the angle that we're trying to find is opposite to that side. So again, it's 69.58 over 10, sine 103 is equal to 55 over sine the angle that we're trying to find. So we want to find sine theta. So we can cross multiply. When we cross multiply, we end up with 69.58 times sine theta is equal to 55 times sine 103. Divide both sides by the 69.58 in order to get sine theta by itself. We end up with sine theta being equal to 0.7702. So we need theta by itself. So we find sine inverse of 0.7702 and we end up with 50.4. But that's not your complete answer. We need to add that 50.4 to the 42 that we had before, and we end up with a total of 92.4 degrees as our answer. And that is the bearing from of G from B. Any questions? No questions? As I said before, Barron's questions usually follow a set pattern. First, you get to find an angle. Then they give you a question that you need to use the cosine rule. Then they give you a question that you need to use the sine rule. And again, guys, they're all related. So sometimes you might get the first one wrong. And usually if you get the first one wrong, your second answer is also incorrect. Your third is also incorrect. But what you need to do is ensure that you're consistent. Usually you're awarded points if you get a wrong answer, but you use your wrong answer properly, if that makes sense. So the diagram below, not drawn to scale, shows a circle with center O. The points A, B, C, and M are on the circumference. The straight line CN is a tangent on the circle at point C, and it's perpendicular to BN. So that's a representation of what was said earlier. So they say determine giving a reason for your answer. A, B, C. So they want us to find angle B. So A, B, C. So they want us to find this little point here. Can somebody tell me how would you look at this question? What kind of question is this? We know that it's circle theorem. So you know you have a lot of principles associated with circle theorem. If you know any of them, you can go ahead and share. If you don't, no problem. We can review a few here before we end. Anybody? All right, so the first one that this question really asks is, it has to do with angles in a semicircle produce a right angle. So angles in a semicircle produce a right angle. So we have our semicircle here, AB going right around. These lines form a right angle triangle. So if we know two angles in the triangle, then we can find the third. So it's 90 plus 58, and you subtract that resulting value from 180, and we end up with 32. And why you subtract it from 180, angles in a triangle equal 180 degrees. So those are the two reasons you would give. First, angles in a semicircle. Angles in a semicircle produce a right angle, not angles. Yes, angles in a semicircle is a right angle. And sum of angles in a triangle equal 180. Next, CMB. So CMB. So we know how do I explain this now? If you have a triangle that shares the same base, usually they tell you that opposite angles, you can subtract the opposite angles to find the value. So this one is kind of tricky. It was one of them that I had problem with even while I was going to high school. So don't be afraid. We're going to go through it step by step. So we realized that CB is the base of both of these triangles. What they're saying is these angles at the top, when you add them, you should get 180. So if we should add 58 and some value, because we're assuming that we don't know what CMB is. So we should add 58 and some value in order to get 180. So 180 minus 58 would give us that sum value. So again, if you have two triangles that share the same base and they're in the same semicircle, their corresponding angles usually equal 180 degrees. And see, they have it here. So the opposite angles in a cyclical quadrilateral are supplementary. Any questions? Circle theorem takes practice. It takes knowledge. You need to be able to look at the diagrams and identify which principle or which method or which approach that they're really asking you about. Sometimes you can look at it and just guess the answer, but remember that they're asking for a reason behind it. So try and get familiar with the reasons. So the next one is NCM. NCM. So this little guy here. So first things first, they said that based on how the diagram is set, we can look at MNC, looks like a right angle triangle, right? If we know that it's a right angled triangle, then we can say, oh, this straight line here gives us 180. So we know that here is 122. So we need to figure out this little angle here. It's kind of crowded, guys, but bear with me. Let me see if I can zoom. So this little part here, we need to find it in order to find the top part. So 180 minus 122, we got back the 58. So we have two angles, so it's easy to find the third. So it's 90 plus 58 subtracted from the 180, and that gives us 32. So our angle MCMN is equal to 32 degrees. And guys, you realize you didn't use much principle here. It's just general knowledge. Angles on a straight line and sum of angles in a triangle. So again, familiarize yourself with the principles that are associated with circle theorem, with a triangle. Know the characteristics of an isosceles triangle, equilateral, scales. Those are important as well because all these triangles can be in circle theorem. So the last topic, I think, vectors and matrices. So a transformation T is defined by the matrix 2, -1, 2, and 0. So the point A is equal to -2 and 3. It is mapped onto A complement, and that is represented by AB, and it's under the transformation of T. So first we need to ask ourselves, before we even go any further, can we multiply A times T? And if so, how is that possible? Seems as if I'm going to have to call some names. Miss Reed, you're here? Miss Graham, would you like to assist? Nobody? All right, so to check if you can multiply a matrix, you note matrix can exist in the form m times n, with m representing the number of rows, n representing the number of columns. So in this case, our matrix is 2 by 2. Or A is 1 by 3, 1 by 2, sorry. Right, yes, 1 by 2. So usually they say that matrix have to be compatible. So your 2 here should be compatible with your 1, meaning they have to be the same. So we can just multiply T by A because they're not compatible, because the inner values, this 2 and this one, are not the same. If we had another 2 by 2 matrix or a 2 by 1, then we could easily multiply them, but that's not the case here. So always check to ensure that your matrix are compatible, because sometimes you don't look at that and you'll be working, and you're getting some answers and you say, but this, I don't understand, how I get the answer. So yeah. So again, this is in the form AB. So we're going to put it in matrix form. If you have something in matrix form AB to represent it, if you have something, sorry, in coordinate or point form AB, it's usually A over B that you represent it as. So we have -2, 3. So it would be -2 over 3, and that would still be AB. Now, when you look at it, you can multiply T by A, because this is still a 2 by 2 matrix, 2 by 2 matrices, but this now is now a 2 by 1. So I said before, the inner value should be the same. So 2 and 2 are the same, so we can multiply it now that we've converted it to a matrix. So it's 2 times -2 plus -1 times 3. That is your first number. The second number is 2 times -2 plus 0 times 3. When you simplify it, you end up with -4, -3, -4 plus 0, and we have an answer of -7, -4. So our A is equal to -7, or B is equal to -4. So next, I'm guessing based on your reaction, which is nothing, Everyone seems to be comfortable with matrices, graphs, function, trig, circle theorem, because you guys haven't been responding much in this section. So I'm taking your silence as consent that you're okay with these type of questions. Determine the transformation matrix that maps A complement to A. So we want to know what is the matrix that we're going to multiply A by in order to get A complement. So now, if you look at it, we already know what we need to multiply A by to get A complement, but what are we going to multiply A complement by in order to get A? And that is basically saying we need to find the inverse of T. And I'm hoping everybody is aware of how to find the inverse of a matrix. First, we need to find the determinant, then we find the adjoint, and then we put them together. So to find the determinant of T, it is the product of the leading diagonal. In this case, that's 2, 0, minus the product of the non-leading diagonal. In this case, that's -1 and 2. So 2 times 0, 0, minus -1 times 2, that's going to give you a +2. So our determinant of T is +2. To find the adjoint, you're going to switch the leading diagonal. So here you realize we switch the 2 and the 0. Then you're going to change the sign of the non-leading diagonal. So here we had a -1. It's going to become a +1. We had a +2. It's going to become a -2. So your inverse is equal to 1 over the determinant times the adjoint. 1 over the determinant times the adjoint. Our determinant was 2. That's how we got the half. 1 over 2, half, times the adjoint is 0, half, -1, 1. And that would be your transformation matrix that maps A complement on to B. Any questions? All right, so we're at the end. We still have like a few questions. I don't know if you guys want to just finish this paper and then move on to paper 1 after the break, or you want to stop here. Please let me know. All right, we can finish up, okay. So another transformation, P, is defined by the matrix. P is equal to 0, 1, 1, -2. So find the single 2 by 2 matrix that represents the combined transformation of T followed by P. So of T followed by P. So they're basically asking you to combine both transformations. How will I know that they're asking me that? It says find a single 2 by 2 matrix that represents the combined transformation of T followed by P. So T followed by P means that T is done first. And because T is done first, it comes after P. That doesn't make any sense, but T is done first. That is why we have it to the right. And P is done after. That's why it is to the left. That's why we have PT and not TP. So you're just basically multiplying the matrix to find the values. So we need to find E11. So 0 times 2 plus 1 times 2. That would give you your first value, E11. E12 now, that would be 0. We're using the first row still, but we're going to use the second row of the second column of the second matrix. 0 times -1, 1 times 0. Moving on to E21, second row, first column, 1 times 2, -2 times 2. For second row, second column, to find E22, 1 times -1, -2 times 0. Put back your values. We end up with a matrix of 2, 0, -2, -1. So again, T followed by P means that T is done first, so it should be to the right. And it's row times column, row times column. So they say, hence find the image of point P combined under this combined transformation. So again, they give us in the form AB. We need to change it to a matrix form. So it's 1/4. You multiply that 1/4 by the answer that you got previously. You end up with a 2-by-1 matrix of 2/-6. And that is your image for the point 1,4. Not seen any questions. So the diagram below, not drawn to scale, shows a quadrilateral ABCD with AB being equal to M, DC being equal to 3M, and AD being equal to N. So complete the statement below on the geometric properties of the following vectors. So they say A and B, AB and DC are and the magnitude of AB is times CD. So we need to figure out what are they asking us. So they're asking us to compare AB to CD, DC, sorry. Compare meaning, are they equal? Are they a multiple of each other? That's what they mean by geometric properties. So we know that AB is M, DC is 3M. So easily we can say that they are scalar and the scalar factor is 3. So that's easy to identify. Now we need to look at the others. The second section says AB, the magnitude of AB is times CD, the magnitude of CD or DC. The order doesn't really matter since unless it specifies the direction. So we know that DC is 3M, AB is M. So 1/3 of DC would give us M or AB in this case. Everybody seen that? Look again, we have we have 3M and we have M. So we have, sorry, no equal sign. So we know DC, 3M, AB is M. So we need to represent A with respect, to DC. So we need to represent it with respect to 3M. So how can we represent M with respect to 3M? Obviously, we'd have to divide both sides by the 3. We divide both sides by the 3. M is equal to M over 3, which is the same as 1/3. So our AB is actually 1/3 of our DC. And if you look at the diagram, it actually makes sense because our AB looks like it could fit into our DC 3 times. And this seems to be the last part of it. So to complete the statement, AB and DC are parallel, and AB is 1/3 times CD. So express BC in terms of M and N. BC, where is our BC? So BC is this line here. So we need to express it in terms of M and N. So you know with vectors, you can add, subtract, and all of that. So we need to find BC. Again, you need vectors, the outer value produce the one that you're looking for. So we need one that starts with B and one that ends with C. So in this case, we know AB, but we can turn it around and say BA. But only thing, if you're going to turn it around, the direction has changed, so the sign has to change. Hence, negative M and not just M. AC, we don't know what AC is. They didn't give us AC, so we need to find AC. Again, we need vectors that the outer values correspond to produce AC. So we need something that starts with A, something that ends with C. In this case, we know that AD is N, DC, we discovered was 3M. So now we can substitute this back into our equation up above, and we end up with a negative M plus N plus M, 3M is equal to our BC. And you simplify that, you end up with N plus 2M is equal to BC. And again, guys, it takes practice to know these things. You can't just look at it all the time and see that that's going to be your answer. And to the last question, L is the midpoint of CD. Find BL in terms of M and N. So L is the midpoint of CD. We know that midpoint is halfway in between. So we're trying to find what is BL. So again, we need to find something that starts with B, something that ends with L. In this case, we're going to use BA and AL. We already know what BA is. We figured it out in the previous question. We know that it's negative M, but we don't know what AL is. So we're going to find AL. Again, something that starts with A, ends with L. We know that we have AD, we also have DL. But I was hoping somebody would point out, but it seems as if I'm the only one here, that you keep saying the end value should match up to what we're looking for, but the inner value should also correspond. So if you realize A has to be here, these has to correspond as well. They have to be D. If you go back and look at the previous questions, we had D corresponding here. So even though they had A and C on the outside, D, they had to have something in common. So that is also something you need to note. Nobody actually pointed that out, so I had to go back over. But yeah, the inner letters should always correspond if you're going to add them. So we know what AD is. It's equal to N. We don't know what, we know what DC is. We know it's equal to 3M. But again, DL is half of DC. So that's why you have the half there. So it's N plus a half of 3M, and that would give you your AL. And to put it back in our previous equation that we had, BL is equal to negative M plus N plus half 3M. When you simplify, you end up with a half M plus N, and that would give you your midpoint or your BL. So that's it. Any questions? Please go ahead and voice your concerns. Again, for those who don't remember, I'm going to leave my email in the chat so you can contact me if you have any questions. And that's the end of our paper 2 section, guys. I hope you have learned something. And yeah, all the best on your exams when you have them. We're going to go on a break. So your paper 1 session would begin at 3 or 2, I don't know, 2 o'clock. Yeah, 2 o'clock. I will send this paper and others in the WhatsApp group, because I have some more, so I'll send them as soon as I'm finished here. Yes, the recording will be on YouTube where you can view it anytime. So any questions, guys, about any questions that we did, or you have any concerns as it relates to math before I leave? No concerns. So enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Sebastian will be taking over after the break. So bye.
All right, after everyone, well, and start at 2 p.m. promptly. And as would have said in the earlier part of the meeting, when we're going through the schedule, this is the paper one session. I'm going to also send a reminder in the WhatsApp. All right, afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming back. And I'm about to start. Hopefully, other people will file in as the session progresses. I sent a reminder in the WhatsApp group. Just to remind you as well, if you have a as I said, that would have left and intended to come back at this, just a reminder, because we're about to get the boat. We're about to get the show rolling. Essentially, that's the terminology I'm looking for. And just want to officially welcome you to the CSEC Mathematics Marathon, specifically the paper one session. And this will run from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. My name is Sebastian Lawrence. I'm your tutor for this session. My other tutor, Miss Sherika Simmons, would have had the paper two session this morning. And we hope that was beneficial for you all. And we hope that this paper one session will be beneficial for you all as well. Just to start off as well, just want to get into some paper one strategy success. Oh, we're not only like through like working out an idea of how to help in mathematics exam. And the first question I have here is to read the questions thoroughly, because a lot of times in multiple choice, one word can completely change what exactly the question is asking. And that's something that's so important to note. And I hope that actually comes out in the questions as we run through it. And in fact, I know they will. Hopefully we can get to work through more than 2 or 3. Hopefully we can work out about 3 past papers before the session ends. Also, my recommendation is that you skip and come back to any question you are taking too long on. The fact of the matter is that you're working with a time limit. And if you feel as though you're taking too long on a question, it's taking you too long, and hey, you might be eating up when you skip it, when you're in, process the question properly, and then come up with ideas in the back of your mind while you're working through the other questions. So that's my recommendations as well. Tip 3 is to approach the paper tactically. The cliche way or the regular way of just working through a paper 1 is to just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just go back in that order. But for some people, it may be more beneficial to not necessarily go back in order, but an issue with. Or for some people, questions that you're strongest in last, because you can fly through that. For me, when I was working through the past paper questions, for example, yeah, I got disconnected. I don't know what caused that. Any question like I saw with a percentage or even some of the graph work them, so just do your answer, but there's also a little disclaimer here. Don't check it over too many times. They're doing paper 1 over the answers when they finish, and then they just check over. I feel comfortable with these and check over, and then check over again, and then them start doubt themselves, and then them check over again, and them start changing answers back and front, back and front, back and front, and then it's just like a lot of the times where you could have gone with your gut and gotten a question right, you overthink, or even sometimes you just, you just overthink, same difference, and you change an answer to a wrong answer where you could have gotten the mark. And for number 5, I think it's just a real point here, because in multiple choice, whereas paper 2, you have to show a lot of work in, and you have to write out your answers, do your graph, whatever your models, diagrams, whatnot. For paper 1 specifically, you just need to be able to work out the questions. And when you do that, your calculator is your best friend, because a lot of the times you can just plug it into your calculator, get the final answer, and save yourself a lot of time. Additionally, sometimes, actually going back to that, approach the paper tactically question and using the calculator as well. Sometimes you don't even need to work out the question. For example, as I was saying in the chat earlier, if you have a coefficient, like you have a quadratic equation and they're asking you to solve the coefficients, solve for the roots, all you need to do sometimes, some of the calculators come equipped with a feature that will allow you to, just plug in the coefficients and you get the answer. You can just do that sometimes to save yourself time, especially if you're in a pickle. Not to say that you're just gonna not practice and not learn the formula, you should still do that. But if you're in a pickle and say, oh, yeah, you have the time is against you, the best bet often is to just rely on it's oversaid, but practice, because even working through the multiple choice questions that I was working through, you begin to realize that the questions repeat, just repeat, like it's a broken record. But sorry about that. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Let me just actually check in the chat. Can y'all hear me? View, admit. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. I got disconnected a while ago, so just ensuring. Yeah. All right. Great. It's so much better. My internet, I had to switch it a while ago. So sorry about that little disconnecting issue right there. But yeah, back to the strategies for success. You can see them on the screen. I was at question 6 and I was saying practice, 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 because the questions often tend to repeat. And I was seeing that even when I was going through the past papers I was going through, a lot of the questions are just, you just see them one time and just say, yeah, man, that's the same question. But despite that, strategy for success number 1 still comes in, because what CSEC will do, is that they'll reuse the same question, but change one word. And then just because they change one word, the answer changes. So don't feel too comfortable just because you've practiced a lot of papers and you see the question, you feel you see the question before, and you just select the answer that you had selected when you were practicing. Read the questions thoroughly, because they can change one word and the answer will change. You get me? Okay. The next thing I really want to go into, because we'd have already done the areas of concern from before, and what's beautiful about the paper ones is that a lot of the topics, all the topics in the syllabus will be covered in the paper ones. So what we're going to be doing now is practice time. We'll be going through past papers for paper 1. If you have any questions, feel free to pose them. I'm going to be calling on people in the audience to participate, because that makes the session more beneficial and fun. And yeah, let me stop sharing this. And we're going to start off with past paper 2018. Let me share my screen. 2018. Lovely. All right, so we're going to get right into it. And the first question says that the number 3.14063 correct to 3 decimal places, sorry, is, anybody want to give me the answer to that? Easy question right off the bat. I see Malia Lewis coming into the chat and saying B, and B is correct. How do we know it's B? Malia, you want to turn on your mic and tell us? Or someone else?
Hello. Oh, I know
Hello.
it's because it says 3 decimal places. After the 0, you know the 6 is greater than 5. You would round up, and that's how you get the 1. So therefore, it would be 3.141.
All right, I wasn't hearing you clearly, but I think I got the gist of what you're saying. So you were saying that after the 0, you have a 6, and 6 is in the range 5 to 9. So because 6 is in the range 5 to 9, we round up the value of 0. So the 0 becomes a 1. So after we do that, then it would be 3.141. Just to solidify that concept as well, when you're rounding and it says the 3 decimal places, you just go to the decimal point, count 3 digits after that decimal point because it's a 3 decimal places. Look at the 4th digit. In this case, that would be, let me get my admit someone else to the room. Let me get my comments up. Comment. What you do is you look at the 4th decimal, which I have underlined right there. So let me zoom in. I don't know if that's visible. Look at the 4th decimal, what I have right there. And if the 4th decimal is between 5 and 9, then you increase the 3rd decimal by 1. If it's between 0 and 4, then you leave it as is. So in this case, it's between 5 and 9. So the answer, as you rightly said, is B. What percentage of 40 is A? Whoops, sorry. Why did I stop sharing? Any takers? B, how do we know that it's B? All right, I said 2 people say B in the chat, but how do we know that it's B? It's not sufficient to say B. Wanna know why? When we say what percentage of 40 is 8, what is our mode of operation? How do we calculate the percentage? Malia or Davina, how did you get your answer to the B? If you want to open your mic and tell me, or if you want to type it in the chat, feel free to do so. Excellent, Davina. So all we said was 8 over 40 times 100. If you want to know what percentage of a number is another number, so if you want to say what percentage of A is B, all we just do is we just set B over A and times it by 100, okay? In this case, B would be 8 and A would be 40, so all we just say is 8 over 40 times 100. And when you do that, plug that into your calculator, as we say, calculator is your best friend, you get 20%, which is B. Excellent. Using the distributive property, show that 49 times 17 plus 49 times 3, what is that? What's the answer to that? Options are 49 times 70, 49 plus 20, 52 times 66, 52 plus 66. I think also here it's important to go over what exactly the distributive property is. The distributive property, especially when we're talking about if multiplication distributes over addition, let me share a whiteboard and display what I'm talking about, clear that off. The distributive property says that if I take a integer or a real number, if we're talking about the integer real number system, whatever it may be, and we multiply a sum sorry for the delay. I hope you all didn't hear the entire conversation. That would be tragic. Yeah. So resuming the distributive law, when we're talking about a sum and we're talking about addition and multiplication, the distributive law says that if we have a sum here and we're multiplying that sum by another integer, what it says is that multiplication distributes over addition. So when we have a times b plus c, that simplifies to a times b plus a times c. Clear? A times b plus a times c. What that also means is that we can go backwards as well. So if we want to go from a, if we have a times b plus a times c, we can factor out the a and say a times b plus a times c is equal to a times b plus c. So essentially what this question is asking us to do is to kind of go backwards. So if we're talking about, in this case, it would be 49 times 17 plus 49 times 3. We just factor out the 49 and we get what? We get 49 times 17 plus 3, which is 49 times 20. Is that understood? Malia, Davina? Let me check the chat. Great. Moving on. The next term in the sequence, 1, 6, 13, 22, 33, blank is. When we get sequence questions like this, it's important to pick out, to try and pick out a pattern that is there. Normally you just say 1, 6, 13, 22, 33, and then we just say, all right, what can we, the first thing we normally do is we can either subtract successive terms or we divide successive terms. So like if it's a case where they multiply by another number to get it. So it could have been, we say 1, then it goes to 6. Could it be that they multiply by 6? So we're kind of in that mind frame. But in this case, what we do is we take successive terms and we subtract from each other. So we say 1, then it goes to 6, then it goes to 13, then it goes to 22, then it goes to 33. Anybody seeing any pattern there?
I think it's using odd numbers.
Could you please repeat?
I think it's using odd numbers after 5.
Okay. And how would that work? Say you start off with 1, then you add 5, then how would that go?
So if you add 5 to 1, you'll get 6. If you add 7 to 6, then you get 13.
Mm-hmm.
If you add 9 to 13, you get 22.
Mm-hmm.
11 to 22, then you get 33. And if you add 13 to 33, then you'll get 46.
Perfect, which is the answer that I'm looking for. Excellent. So if, as Gabriel would have been pointing out there, it would be, you increase odd numbers. So you start off, you add 5 to 1, you get 6. You add 7 to 6, you get 13. So what you realize is that they're adding to each term, to each successive term, like odd numbers in case, how do I word this? So like the first difference is 5, the second difference is 7, the third difference is 9, the fourth difference is 11. So if you look at it, the difference between each successive term is an odd number and it's increasing every time, progressing through the list of odd numbers, if that makes sense. So the answer in this case would be 46. And how do you get that? That would be 33 plus 13, which is 46, which is C, as Gabriel was saying. A certain amount, question 6 says a certain amount of money is shared in the ratio 2, 3, 9. If the difference between the first and second shares is $40, then the amount of money shared is, how do we calculate this now? Anybody wants to take a try at it? Let me just pick someone out. Malia, you're answering from before. What's your thought process for this one? Even if you don't have the answer, what's your thought process so far? Malia, I'm not getting a response from Malia. So if Davina, what's your thought process for this one so far? Even if you think it sounds, even if you don't think it sounds right, or even if you think it like you're not sure, feel free to just tell me because I'll work with you. All right, Davina says she's not sure, which is completely fine. All right, the question says a certain amount of money is shared in the ratio 2 to 3 to 9. If the difference between the first and second share is $40, the amount of money shared is, okay. What the question essentially is giving us, is like it's giving us a equation of sorts. So it told us, let me share screen. First thing we have to remember, clear that off. It says it is distributed from a ratio 2 to 3 to 9, right? And when we're working with ratio and we're talking about like, we're splitting up a larger number into a smaller ratio. So let's say we're working with the number being 100 and we're splitting it up into a ratio of 239. Then the first share would get 2 over, what's the sum of all the points? Would be 2 plus 3, make 5, 5 plus 9, make 14, right? 214 will be the first share. 3 out of 14 will be the second share, and 9 out of 14 will be the third share. That's fine. Everybody understands that at this point? Yeah. So understand how ratios work in that way. Now, the question is asking us specifically the question is asking us to find the total amount, right? But it gives us some information. It says that the difference between the first and the second share, is, what does it say? The difference between the first and the second share is $40. With that information, we can say that 3 over 14 times the total amount, we can call that total amount T, minus 2 over 14 times the total amount, we can call that T, is equal to 40. Remember, we had said before, if we want to find one person's share, we just take each term from the ratio. So we take 2 over the sum of the entire constituent part. So the sum of the ratio. So it'll be 2 over 14 times the total figure, right? For the second share, we say 3 over 14 times the total figure. That's if we want to find that person's share. That's clear. You had said that's clear. The question told us that the difference between the second and first share, the first and second share, is equal to 40. With that information, we can then just construct this equation that we have on the board. Everybody's following me?
One more time.
Pardon?
Can you do that one more time, please? I'm not sure if I get it.
Okay. When we were working out, let me just clear the board. Sorry, not clear the board. When we were working out to find a one person's share of the total amount, because when we're talking about a pie, right? And the pie is cut into 14. Sorry. If we're talking about $100, that's what I had said as an example. And we want to find out what is the first person's share of the entire $100. And they give us a ratio 2 to 3 to 9. We already said that to find the first person's share, it's 2 over the sum of everything. So 2 plus 3 plus 9 times 100. To simplify that, you get 2 over 14 times 100. That is person 1's share. To find person 2's share, it's 3 over 14 times 100, whatever that figure is. To find person 3's share of the total amount, which is $100, we say 9 over 14 times 100. Y'all had said y'all are okay with that. That's how ratios work. So you understand up to that point, Gabriel?
Yes, I do understand.
Great. The ratio is 2 to 3 to 9. The question says, let me share the question again. the difference between the first and second shares is $40, right? If the, Leonardo Jones is continuing. The difference between the first and second shares is $40. Let me go back to the original share now with the board. They told us that the difference between the first and second shares is $40. How did we calculate the second share again? Gabriel, tell me.
3/14 times 100.
Times 100. But in this case, they didn't tell us the total figure. So what we have to do is assume that the total figure is unknown, because that's what we're trying to find, right? So all I did, I said, let the total figure to be shared, total figure be T. That's clear? So whereas before I was working with 100 as a total figure, I don't know what the total figure is. So I said, let that total figure be T. That's fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
So with that, if the total figure is T instead of 100, how do we find the second person share?
Would you divide by T?
It's the same thing that I was doing before, you know. When I wanted to find the first person share, I said 2/14 times 100. 3/14 times 100. I'm just replacing the 100 with a T.
Okay.
So all I said is I want to find the second person share of the total figure. The total figure in this case is T. The second person share would be 3/14 times T. The first person share is 2/14 times T. The question told us that the difference between this and this is 40, right? So all I did was say 3/14T minus 2/14T is equal to 40. That's clear?
I understand.
All we need to do from this point is simplify. 3/14 minus 2/14. What's the answer to that? 3/14 minus 2/14.
1/14T.
So we have 1/14T, which is equal to 40. We want to simplify this equation to solve for T, because that's what we're trying to solve for here. How do we do that?
Would you turn 40 into a fraction?
Could you please repeat?
Would you turn 40 into a fraction of 14?
I don't like the wording because it's so much more simpler. All you just have to do is multiply both sides by 14. Because what we have here is just 1/14 times T. We have a fraction times T. If you want to say it another way, divide both sides by 1/14, right? Divided by 1/14, T divided by 1/14, which is equal to 40 divided by 1/14. When I divide by a fraction, what do I do?
You multiply by the denominator.
Yes, so you multiply by the reciprocal essentially. So we have 1/14T times 14 is equal to 40 times 14. The 14s cancel on the left side, so you get T is equal to 40 times 14. Anybody want to work that out and tell me what that is? $40 times 14.
560.
560. Is that there as an option? Yes, it is there as an option. Hence, the amount of money shared is $560. The answer is D. Let me go back to the multiple choice so y'all can see it. Answer is D. Okay, which of the following sets, question 7 says, which of the following sets is equivalent to A, B, C, D? Anybody knows the answer to that? Davina, your turn. Because you did kind of tough out at the last question. C, why is the answer C, Malia?
Saying that equivalent sets are equal.
How do we know that it's equivalent? What did you say?
What were you saying?
I was asking, how do you know that it's equivalent? Please explain that to me, sorry. Why is the answer C? Why is A, B, C, D, and PQRS equivalent?
Each set have 4 letters in it.
Excellent. So as Malia was saying, when two sets are equivalent, it essentially means they have the same amount of elements in the set. However, let us say now that the question says, which of the following sets is, instead of equivalent, to say it is equal to. When the question says a set must be equal to another set, how do we know when two sets are equal? Anybody want to tell me that? So the answer is C. Moving on from that. How do we know when two sets are equal?
When they look the same.
All right. It's essentially that's essentially the right answer, but I just want a better phrasing. So when two sets are equal, they are equivalent, but not only are they equivalent, that is, not only do they have the same amount of elements, but elements inside the two sets are exactly the same, right? That's clear. So if C had said A, B, C, D instead of P, Q, R, S, A, B, C, D, and C would have been equivalent, correct? So in this case, let's go back to the question now. The two sets are equivalent because they have the same number of elements. That is, they have 4 elements. If the question had asked, which of the following sets are equal? What we have to do is check that they have the same amount of elements, and not only check that, but to check to ensure that the elements are exactly the same. That's clear? Yeah. The next question is a Venn diagram question, and the shaded region represents any takers. A, all right, correct, Malia. Let me actually work this out now so y'all can see. What does, the first question I actually want to ask you is, what does this mean? What does a little, when you have the little one or little stroke, dash something or stroke, whatever they want to call it, above the P, what does that stand for? It probably just means. Any takers? Lillian, Bennett, I want you to answer.
P prime, so everything except what's in P.
Exactly. So when we say everything that's in P, everything except what is in P, we're talking about this is P, this is Q. Let me ask you a question. Is this in P? That area that I shaded, is that area in P?
Yeah.
Because it's in the intersection between P and Q, right?
Yes.
Again, if that is in P, would that be included in P complement?
No.
All right, great. But I feel like with the Pandora, I'm saying like, I feel like I'm just pointing it out like with that. Is this in P? Sorry. So yeah, we'll get that the answer is P complement, right? But what something else that I really want to do as well is to illustrate what the other things would be. So just in case they ask you in a question what exactly the other things would be, you're able to say it. It says P union Q complement. P union Q complement. How do we find P union Q complement? What is P union Q?
Is it the intersection?
Well, I'm not asking for P and Q, I'm asking for P or Q. I'm asking for the union. Remember, the union is a combination of the two of them. Every element in P as well as every element in Q. How do I represent that on the Venn diagram? I'm not asking you for the answer yet. I'm at P union Q. What is P union Q on the Venn diagram?
Everything in P and everything in Q.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that in all of this area right here, the two circles inclusive of the intersection, everything there so is in P union Q. If everything there says in P union Q, what is in P union Q complement?
Intersection.
No, remember, you know, the intersection would be in P union Q, you know. Because remember, you know, the intersection are all the elements that are common to P and Q, right? So if I'm taking all the elements in P and I'm combining them to all the elements in Q. So let's say if I have a set A, B, C, and that is P, and I have a set Q, which is Q is equal to A, D, E, P intersection Q in this case for the two sets that we're talking about here would be what? Gabriel, your answer. Gabriel, what was your answer?
Oh, I said the intersection.
As in, what's in the intersection for these two sets?
Oh, would it be A?
Yes, it would be A. Exactly. So I want to find P union Q. What would be in that set?
Oh, everything.
Exactly. A, B, C, D, E. So from that already, you know, you can see that P intersection Q is a subset of P union Q. So it would be included in P union Q. So it cannot be in P union Q complement. Remember, you know, what is P union Q complement? Everything that's not in P union Q. So if we want to shade it and say all of this is P union Q, how do we find what is not in P union Q?
Everything outside the circle.
Exactly, everything that is not shaded, right? So it would be all of this area, all of this empty space out here, so in universal set would be in P union Q complement. Hopefully that is clear. The next one asks us what is in P union Q complement itself. P, let me erase this up here. P union Q complement. So we're not talking about P union Q all complement. We're now talking about P union, and P is being combined with Q complement. How do we represent that? The first thing we need to do is say, what is in P? What is in P? Somebody tell me.
ABC.
Yeah, ABC, which is everything shaded here, right? In that circle, is that clear? So, yeah. What is in Q complement?
E.
What is in Q complement would be, yeah, what is in Q complement? Anybody want to tell me?
Would it be E?
E is in Q, and so it cannot be in Q complement. What is in the universal set that is not in Q? So we say in the things that are common to P and Q would be A. So are B and C that are the B and C in P in Q? So are B and C in Q?
Oh no.
Exactly. So Q complement would include all of this. It's just the same thing like we did before now. Everything except whatever is in P, whatever is in Q, and whatever is in P and Q, sorry, right? So all of that outside area right here. If we combine these two graphs now, what do we get? This graph here and this graph here. What do we get? I'm going to draw it in this bigger graph. What do we get? Graphically, we already have the P here. All we need to do is we just need to combine the two images. So what we have here is we have everything in P shaded, right? So that's the P part of our P union Q complement. I would just need to add in Q complement now. So Q complement would be inclusive of everything outside of this one, right? So the only thing that would be excluded is the area I'm about to shade in red, which is that little area in Q that is not in P and Q, right? Y'all can see that? All I'm just doing is combining the two. And the last one is Q and P complements, but we can just move on because I think we spent a lot of time on this already. So let me just stop sharing. New share screen, whiteboard, share. All right, y'all can see, right? Number 9, in the Venn diagram above, U is equal to students who play games, universal set. H is equal to the student, is a set containing the students who play hockey. V is equal to the students, is a set containing the students who play volleyball. The number of students in each set is shown. How many students do not play volleyball? Any takers?
12. Wait, 9.
That's the answer? 9 is the option?
Hold on, no, wait.
8.
What did you get? 8, whoever worked it out.
What did you say? How did I get 8?
Yeah.
The students who play hockey that don't play volleyball, that's not in the intersection. So there's the 5.
Yeah.
And the 3 for the students who play games.
Excellent. So what we have, we said the number of students in each set is shown. How many students do not play volleyball? So what we can do is we can just look on the graph and say, who plays volleyball? Clearly, the 4 people in the V bracket, the V circle, those play volleyball, and they play volleyball only. The 2 people in the intersection play volleyball, but not only do they play volleyball, they also play hockey. But at the end of the day, they still play volleyball. So we can say the 4 and the 2, them the people that play volleyball, right? As whoever was just speaking, I think it was Malia, was saying, the 5 people who play hockey only do not play volleyball, right? As well as the 3 people who play games but do not play hockey or volleyball. I hope I'm not confusing anybody by saying that, which is those 3 people outside the 2 circles. The sum of those people are the total, are the people who do not play volleyball. So the 5 people who play hockey only, and the 3 people who play neither hockey or volleyball, which is 3. Sorry. So we have 5 plus 3, which is 8, as Malia was saying. Number 10, if Q is equal to A, B, C, how many subsets can be obtained from the set Q? It's a simple formula. Any takers? When we want to find how many subsets can be obtained from a set, how do we find that? Anybody know? If you don't know, feel free to say something and then we'll just tell you know. Well, anybody wants to take a crack at it, I'd prefer that. Lillian Bennett? Keep calling you.
I'm not sure.
If Q is equal to ABC, how many subsets can be obtained from the set Q? When we're given any set Q or any set P, when we're given any set at all, and want to find how many subsets can be obtained from the set, the formula to calculate that is 2 to the n, where n is the number of elements in the set. That's clear? So when we're given a set and we want to find how many subsets can be obtained from the set, we say 2 to the n. That the amount of subsets obtained from the set is calculated by 2 to the n, where n is the number of elements in the set. In this case, how many elements are in set Q?
3.
3. How do we calculate how many subsets can be obtained from the set Q?
Two to the
3. And that's just a standard formula that you need to know. When you want to find how many subsets can be obtained from the set Q, It just said 2 to the n, where n is the number of elements in the set. So in this case, it will be 2 to the 3. If you want to see it play out, if you're in doubt and you want to calculate it yourself and be extra, you just have to write out every single subset. And if you want to calculate it, the subset will be the empty set, that will be 1, the set containing A, the set containing B, the set containing C, and we're talking about A, B, and C only, right? Everybody following me? So we're talking about the empty set, the set containing A, the set containing B, the set containing C, the one containing AB, AB, A and B, sorry, A comma B, the one containing A comma C, and the one containing B comma C, as well as the set itself is a subset of itself. So A, B, C. And how much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the set itself, which is 8. Everybody clear on that? This is the if all else fails, right? Yeah, moving on, taking the silence as a consent. Refer to the following information on the description of 3 sets. P is equal to the set containing prime numbers, and we know that prime numbers are those numbers whose divisors or whose factors are 1 and itself, right? Odd numbers, which are those numbers who leave a remainder when divided by 2, who leave a positive remainder when divided by 2, or negative, depending. And even numbers who leave a remainder of 0 when divided by 2. Which of the following sets is empty? Any takers? What's the answer? A, B, C, or D? P intersection R would be the common elements between the set of prime numbers and even numbers. Are there any like that? Are there any prime numbers that are even numbers? That's the question.
No.
Is 2 a prime number? Is 2 a prime number? Like somebody answers, 2 a prime number?
Yes, it is.
Yes, 2 is a prime number. Is 2 an even number?
Yes, it is.
Is 2 in P and R then? Is 2 in P intersection R?
Yes.
Remember now, 2 is the only prime number that's an even number. So whenever you get a question like this, don't forget number 2. P union Q. P union Q can be empty because P and Q are not empty. P union, remember union is combining the 2 sets, so we can just cross that out. P intersection
R.
Why is it Q intersection R?
Because no even number is the odd number.
Excellent. So answer is D. Moving on with my life. If P and Q are 2 sets where the number of elements in P union Q is 13, the number of elements in P intersection Q is 6, and the number of elements in P is equal to 9, how do we calculate the number of elements in Q? Let me actually share my whiteboard here because I want to work it out with y'all. Clear this off. Okay. One simple formula that we have to remember in this case is if we want to find the number of elements, let me change it to blue because the red they mean bad. We want to find the elements, number of elements in P union Q. The formula is the number of elements in P plus the number of elements in Q minus the number of elements in the intersection between P and Q. Y'all knew this formula? Right? Y'all knew this formula, right? Just check in. Anybody can answer if they want. If not, then move on. Yes or no? I'm just gonna ask. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask you. Yeah. So if this is the first time you've seen the formula, if you mix it, it makes intuitive sense also. If we want to find all the elements in P union Q, right? So that's all of this right here, right? We had established that from before. Somebody turn on their mic and work with me. Gabriel, work with me for this one. Want to find the elements for P union Q. So all the elements in P, and we're combining that with all the elements in Q, right? Now, if we want to even put numbers to it, when we want to find that the number of elements in that set, we would logically just say how many elements are in P and add that to how many elements are in Q, right? If we want to find the elements in the combined set, if that makes sense. And if we want to add numbers to it, P equal A, B, C, D. Because I don't want to ensure I'm not confusing anybody. Q is equal to A, D, E. Let me only make this 2 elements just for the fun of it. Okay. So we want to find the number of elements in P union Q. What are the elements in P union Q? Anybody? Gabriel, I did say you must work in this, so work with me. Gabriel is here. Oh, he left. Malia, what are the elements in P union Q for the set I just wrote? So in P we have A, B, C. In Q we have A, D. What are the elements in P union Q? Malia, Lillian, anybody? Davina? What are the elements? Excellent. The elements in P union Q are A, B, C, D. Perfect. How many elements are in P union Q?
4.
4. Like, because the union is us combining 2 sets, right? Logically, like you'd feel to just say, okay, how many elements are, if I want to find the number of elements in the combined set P union Q, I would just add the number of elements in P, which in this case is what? How many elements is that in P?
3.
How many elements in Q?
2.
If I add these 2, I get 5, right? 3 plus 2 is 5.
Yes.
But we had said that P union Q has 4 elements. Where did the issue come from?
The intersection.
Exactly. So we have to take out the value of the intersection when we're calculating the number of elements in P union Q. So we just add the 2 sets and then we remove the intersection from it, because if we keep it in there, it will be double counting, right? Right. So in this case now, working with that information, let me get my eraser. Let me just clear the board, honestly, because that's too much work. So working with that information, N of P union Q is equal to N of P plus N of Q minus N of P intersection Q. Correct? I've given you that formula, and I showed you how it plays out intuitively. In the question, they said that N of P union Q is 13. So let's write that down. N of P union Q is 13, which is equal to, they also said that N of P is 9 plus, and they also said that N of P intersection Q is 6. And they want us to find N of Q. How do we find N of Q? Any takers? Lillian, Malia, Davina, any takers? So if you look, because I don't hear anybody talking, so I just assume that if you look, all we have to do to find n of q is to just transpose for n of q. So what we can do is we just group all the numbers and we just calculate accordingly. So we say group the numbers together, it's 9 minus 6 plus n of q. It's just basic algebra. 13 is equal to 9 minus 6, which is equal to 3 plus n of q. Hopefully everybody's following me. Following me?
Yeah.
And if yeah, and then what do we do? We want to get the n of q by itself. What do we need to do? It's just transposing now. We have 3 plus n of q on the right side, but we want to get n of q by itself. What do we need to do to get rid of the to get rid of the 3? Sorry.
Subtract 3 from both sides.
Exactly. So you get 13 minus 3, which is equal to 3 minus 3 plus n of q. And that implies that n of q is equal to 10, which is an option there. Yeah, which is B. A man's taxable income is $20,000. He pays tax at the rate of 28%. The amount of income tax he pays is, how do we calculate this? They give us the taxable income and they give us the tax rate. How do we find the amount of income tax to be paid? Lillian, because you haven't answered in a while, so let me just call you out. So they give us the taxable income, which is $20,000, and we need to find the amount of income tax he pays. How do we calculate the income tax he pays? Any takers? If you don't understand, just say, no, I don't understand, and I'll work through it with you.
28% of the 20,000.
Exactly, correct. So if we find 28% of the 20,000, it will be 20,000 times 28%. Plug that into the calculator, we get 5,600, which is C. Moving on. A man's basic wage for a 40-hour week is $160. He's paid $5 per hour for overtime. If he works 6.5 hours overtime in a certain week, his wage for that week is, and then we need to calculate the wage. Something that we need to note here is that if he works 40 hours, he automatically earns $160, right? However, if he works hours in excess of that 40-hour week, then he gets paid $5 for each hour of the overtime. That's what the question gives us. If we want to calculate his total wage for that week, what do we do?
So I think, all right, $5 times the 6.5. And then you add the answer to 160.
Excellent. And the final answer is 192.50, which is D. The next question says if TNT $6 is equivalent to US $1, then TNT $15 in US dollars is, and this is just a basic case of cross multiplication. Let me just share a whiteboard. Clear the screen. All right, it said what did it say? $1 US is equivalent to
TT $6.
$1 US is equivalent to 6 TNT dollars, right? And they want us to tell us how many US dollars I will get for 15 TNT dollars. Let us call that USD amount X. All we need to do here is cross multiply. So we say this times this is equal to this times this, right? So it'll be 1 times 15 is equal to 6 times X. Simplify to get 6X is equal to 15. How do we get our final answer? X is equal to, what do I need to do?
Divide by 6.
Excellent. X is equal to 15 over 6. 15 divided by 6 is 5 over 2, which is equal to 2.5 USD. And that is an option there. New share. And that is C. Okay, moving on. The annual interest rate on a 15-year mortgage is on a house assessed at a value of $450,000 is 5 cents on every $1. What is the interest paid on the mortgage for the first year? Now, the first thing that we need to do here is to calculate the interest over the 15 years. Sorry, we need to calculate the annual interest rate. Sorry, how do we calculate the annual interest rate? What did the question tell us? Tells us that the annual interest rate is
450,000.
no, it says that the mortgage, so in this case, the principal would have been $450,000. The mortgage in this case would be like the principal. So the mortgage is $450,000, but the annual interest rate is, it's in that line after $450,000, is the 5 cents on every $1. You seen that?
Yeah.
Excellent. So if we want to calculate the annual interest rate now, it says that it's 5 cents for every $1. How many $1 are in $450,000?
450,000.
So we need to say 450,000 times what?
0.5.
No, 5 cents. 5 cents, not 50 cents, 5 cents.
Yeah, 0.5.
So it'll be 0.05. So it will be 450,000 times 0.05. And it would be 22,500, which is B. Mary invested $200 for 5 years at 5% per annum. John invested $500 at the same rate if they both received the same amount of money in simple interest. For how many years did John invest his money? This now is basically them asking us to reverse engineer a little situation here. So I'll go to the whiteboard for this one. Question says that for Mary, her principal is $200. P is equal to 200. The time period over which she invested her money is 5 years, and the interest rate is 5% per annum. T is equal to 5 years, and the interest rate, we can call that R, is equal to 5%. And they said that they earn the same interest. So the first thing that we need to do is to calculate the interest earned by Mary. How do we calculate the interest earned by Mary? What's the simple interest formula? Anybody knows the simple interest formula? Exactly. So it's PRT, which is equal to 200 times the 5%, which is 5 over 100, times the 5 years. When you simplify that, you get that the interest rate, just use the calculator, 200 times 5 over 100 times 5. You simplify that, you get that it's equal to 50. So that's the first step that we need to take. The next thing the question says is, John invested $500 at the same rate. So this is for Mary. This is for Mary. This is for Mary. So the principal for John is equal to, how much did he invest? He invested $500, and the rate for John is 5% as well. And we need to find the time period, which is unknown. But the question told us what? That they earn the same amount of simple interest. So what does that say? What is the simple interest for John? Any idea? SI is equal to simple interest here. What's a simple interest for John? Mary's simple interest is $50, and Mary and John earn the same simple interest. What's a simple interest for John?
$50.
What is it?
50.
Great.
50.
So it would be 500 times 5%, which is 5 over 100, times T, whatever the time frame is for John, would be equal to 50 as well, because that's what I just said, they earn the same interest rate. So PRT for John would be $50. What we need to do now is we need to simplify, factorize, and solve for T. To do that, what do? We need to get rid of these from the left-hand side, right? This is 100. So let's get rid of the 50 first. Let's get rid of the 500 first. If we want to get rid of 500 from the left side, what do we need to do?
Divide by 500.
All right, so divide by 500. Let me just clear up here, so I use up here. So divide by 500, and that would cancel out whatever is here. So that just say 500 over 500, you know, so that leaves 1. So that 5 over 100 times T for John is equal to 50 over 500. What is that? 1 over 10. And yeah, that would be 1 over 10. We want to get rid of the 5 over 100 from the left side. What do we need to do?
We can times both sides by 100 over 5.
Exactly. Or divide by 5 over 100. Same difference. And when you do that, you get 1 over 10 times 100 over 5. 10 into 1, 10 into 10 goes 1 time. 10 into 100 goes 10 times. 5 into 5 goes 1 times. 5 into 10 goes 2 times. So the time period invested by John is equal to 2 years. And let's circle that answer. That's the final answer. Right, then we share, stop share this, stop share overall, sorry. And then share it back the multiple choice, and let's see if 2 is an option. If 2 is not an option, our goose is cooked. Lo and behold, 2 is an option. So answer is A. A salesman sells a car for $11,000 if he's paid a commission of 4.5% of the first $10,000 and 7.5% on the remainder, then the commission he receives is any takers. Malia, wait, Christina is new, so if Christina could answer, that would be great. Get you involved in the session as well. If you're not sure, then just say that you're not sure and I'll work with it. I'll work through it with you. Davina, Christina, Lillian, Malia, any takers? How do we calculate the commission received? What's your thought process so far? Zoom.
We would do 4.5% of the 10,000, then do 7.5% of the 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. So what, I don't know who spoke out, I think it was Malia. What Malia was saying was that for the first $10,000, could you please repeat?
No, I was saying that it was Lillian.
Oh, Lillian, you're the one that's been participating this whole time. I swear, I don't know why I thought it was Malia. Sorry about that. All right, as Lillian was saying, sorry. Oh, as Lillian was saying, the first $10,000, you get paid a commission of 4.5%. So what you need to do is you need to say $10,000 times the 4.5% to get the commission he would earn on the first $10,000. To this, to get the total amount for the commission, you need to say the amount in excess of $10,000. So that would be 11,000 minus 10,000, which is 1,000, times the 7.5%. So he'd be earning 7.5% on the remainder. The remainder is $1,000, remember. So we'll add these two things up. What do we get? 10,000 times 4.5%. Just plug that into your calculator, you get the answer. Plus 1,000 times 7.5%. And the answer you get is 525, which is B. Moving on, a television set costs $350 cash, and it's bought on hire purchase. A deposit of $35 is required, followed by 12 monthly payments of $30. How much is saved by paying cash? A television set costs $350 when bought on hire purchase. A deposit of $35 is required, followed by monthly installments of $30 for 12 months. How much is saved by paying cash? Bear in mind, as I was saying in the success tips, read the question properly. It's not asking us to calculate the total amount after hire purchase only. It's asking us how much is saved by paying cash. To calculate that amount that is saved by paying cash, what you need to do is calculate the amount that is paid when you do the hire purchase way. And you need to find the difference between that hire purchase way and the cost you'd pay upfront, if that makes sense, right? Because that would be a savings, right? So to do that, oh, Malia giving the answer for B. Malia saying the answer is B. Let's see. 35. Oh no.
Sir, that was for the other one that you.
Oh, a television set costs $350 and a deposit of $35 is required. So if you're paying by cash, you'd pay how much money? You'd be paying $350, right? That's the original amount, but I can erase that now. So let me just undo. That's the original amount. Let me just go to the whiteboard again because it's calling whiteboard. Clear this. And let me just split the board into so it's a bit more organized. So if you go via cash, the amount you pay is $350. Following, if you go via hire purchase, what does the question say? Question says you must pay a deposit of $35. So we'd say deposit of the deposit of $35 if you go by the hire purchase method. And you need to add to that the amount you'd have to pay monthly, right? So you'd have to say, for 12 months, you'd be paying $30 cash. That's what the question says. So if you buy it on hire purchase, you pay the $35 deposit, and then for 12 months, you'd have to pay $30 cash. Is that clear, Malia? That's clear?
Yes, sir.
Good. So for 12 months, you pay the $30 cash. Add this, you get 35 plus, what's 12 times 30? 12 times 30 is what? 360. 360 plus 35 is what? 395. If we want to find the savings, we say hire purchase minus cash, and that's 395 minus 360. What's that?
350 minus 350.
395 minus 360, you mean? Remember, we're saying the hire purchase, want to find the savings. So we need to find how much you pay by the hire purchase and how much you pay by the cash, and so find the difference between the two so you can get the savings. What's 300?
I was saying that the cash is 350.
Yeah. Oh, I said 250. Crap, sorry. Wow, I messed up. So it's a 395 minus 350, and it will be what? 45. And let's see if that answer's there. If it's not there, then our goose is cooked. Pretty sure it's there. $45, which is D. Mr. Jones bought a car for $64,000. The car depreciates by $20,000 in the first year and 10% in each of the following years. The value of the car at the end of the second year was, how do we calculate this? And I want to show you a little trick that you can use when you're dealing with like depreciation and like tax questions. Okay, we want to find the value of the car after the first year. What's the value of the car after the first year? So you bought the car for $64,000, it depreciates by 20% in the first year. How do you find the value of the car after depreciation for the first year. Davina, I haven't heard from you in a while. Christina, sorry. Oh, you're not hearing. Is the audio any better? Is the audio any better? Sorry. Is the audio any better now? Okay, great. So as I was saying, why am I trying to share this? Okay. If you want to find the value of the car after the first year, how do you find it? Malia, since you're already talking in the chat, just tell me the method. So the car is bought for $64,000 and it depreciates by 20% in the first year. How do we find the value of the car after depreciation in that first year? Yeah.
You did all right. So you'd find 20% of the 64,000. We are doing for the first year first. So 20% of the 64,000, and with the answer with 64,000 minus the answer, and then the answer you get after that. Now you find 10% of that, and then you subtract the 10% from the answer that you got before.
Yeah. So essentially what you're saying was that you find the value of the depreciation itself. Say I just say 64,000, 64K coming. Did I just say 64K times 20%, and that's the value of the depreciation for the first year, but that's not the final value after the depreciation. To get the final value after the depreciation, I take the 64K, I minus it from this value here to get the final figure. After that, whatever value you get for this, you times that by 10% to get the value, and you kind of just repeat the same process. So you'd get 64,000 times 20%, which is 12,800, and it'll be 64,000 minus 12,800. I can actually use text. You get 64,000 minus the value of the depreciation, which is 64,000 times 20%. Then go and say this is equal to 64,000 minus 12,800, and that is equal to 64,000 minus 12,800, and that is equal to 51,200. For second year now, and that was the value for the first year. For second year now, that was the value for first year. For second year now, what you do, you take the 51,200 you just found, I subtract from it the value of the depreciation. What did the question say? It depreciates at 10% for following years, so it'd be times 10%. And then that would be, pretty sure that's 5,120. 51,2 minus 5,120, and this is equal to 51,2 minus 5,120, and that's equal to 46,080. And that is C. A shortcut I want to share with you guys as well is to say that whenever you have a depreciation question and I'm saying the value of the car depreciates by 20%. To get the final answer without having to do that subtraction step right here, you can just say you can just say $64,000 times 80%, and you get the exact same answer. I kid you not. So I just do the value of the depreciation. You just say 100 minus the value of the depreciation, and it'll be 100 minus 20%. Sorry, 100 minus 20%, which is 80%, and you multiply the original figure by that. Anybody want to work that out for me? You get 64K times 80%, and you get 51,200, which is the value you got anyway after you did the subtraction. Also, if you want to do the second year now, and you say, okay, 50, it'll be what? 51,200 times how much percent?
90.
90%. So I just say 51,200 times 90%. And I kid you not, you're gonna get 46,080. So that's a kind of shortcut method that you can use. All right. The next question says 1 over 5x plus 3x, and they want us to find the value for that. Whenever we usually do, when we want to find the common denominator, whatever it's called, when we're like calculating, adding fractions, subtracting fractions, whatever, let me just get the whiteboard, because the whiteboard will be crucial in illustrating this. Clear our drawings. Question wants us to find 1 over 5x plus 2 over 3x. 1 over 5x, 1 over 5x plus 2 over 3x, right? When we want to add fractions, and when we add fraction, what's the next step? We normally just find the LCM, I think it is, no, yeah, the LCM, and then we just say, okay, 1 over 5 plus 2 over 3 as well. We just find the LCM. What's the least common multiple of 5 and 3? Least common multiple of 5 and 3. Chat. 15. Good. So the least common multiple of 5 and 3 is 15. And then after that, what we say 5 into 15 goes 3 times, and we multiply the thing by up here. So it's 1 times 3 leaves 3, plus 3 into 15 goes how many times? Davina, since you had to start working it out, 3 into 15 goes how many times? 15 divided by 3.
5.
5. And then simplify this expression to get 3 plus 5 is what? 8 over 15. It's the same thing that's happening over here. 5x and 3x is in the denominator. I want to find the least common multiple. How do we do that? All right, we say 5x and we say 3x. And to find the least common multiple, we can literally just say 5, what's the least common multiple between 5 and 3?
15.
15. And then just put by the x. And you realize that 5x times 3 is 15x. 3x times 5 is 15x. So the least common multiple between the two of them is 15x. If you have any issues, you can literally just say 5x, then you just keep adding it to itself to say 5x plus 5x leaves 10x. 10x plus 5x leaves 15x. And you just keep doing the same thing for the 3x, and you say 3x plus 3x plus 3x plus 3x, and you realize that the least common multiple is 15x. The same thing that's at the right side over here applies over here. What was somebody saying?
Never mind.
No, what were you saying? What were you saying? Say it same way. All right.
I was going to talk about the squared. If it would change the square.
Could you please repeat your question? So you're gonna talk about the square. What about the square?
No, I was asking if it wouldn't change to square because like 5x times 3x, I don't know.
Remember, it's least common multiple. So in the case where you have an x, especially when you have a 5x and a 3x, oftentimes to find the least common multiple, you can just do the same thing that we're doing over the right side and just say 5x plus 5x leaves 10x plus another 5x leaves 15x. You could do the 5x and times it by the 3x, which would be 15x squared. But realistically, I think the best answer here would be 15x. Because if you just say 5x plus 5x plus 5x, that's 15x. 3x plus 3x plus 3x plus 3x plus 3x, that's 15x. Realistically, 15x is the least common multiple because then x may be greater than 15x in some cases. That probably might be a bit confusing, but yeah, that was my reasoning. What would happen is that you'd say 5x into 15x goes how many times? Essentially, I'm asking 15x divided by 5x. Clearly, the x is cancelled. And you'd get what? 5 into 15 goes how many times? 3. I'm assuming I can see the chat. Plus 3x into 15x goes 5 times, again, like the last time. And then what you get is 3 plus 5 is equal to 8 over 15x. Yeah. And that would be that for the final answer. I think that's there. 15x. And you know what? Just to see if the final answer will be the same, what we can do actually is we can try. I think it was Lillian was saying, why wouldn't it be the square? Let's try the square method same. I think it would produce the same answer anyway. I think, I'm not sure, but it should. If you multiply the two of them, what would you get, Lillian? The final answer was 8 over 15x. 8 over. Yeah, if we say 5x times 3x, we get 5 times 3 is 15, x times x is x squared, so it's a 15x squared, right? And then we'll simplify it further. So we say, okay. So we say, it's the same process again, 15x squared over 5x. Lillian, when we divide, what does it simplify to? 5 into 5 goes 1 time. 5 into 15 goes 3 times. X into x. What were you saying? I didn't hear it. Sorry, someone's in my background.
I said it would be 3x instead of the 3.
Yeah. And following that same pattern, this would be 5x as well. So what you'd simplify and get is 8x over 15x squared. My eraser, wow. 8x over 15x squared. The x simplifies, so I get x into x goes 1 time. X into x squared goes x time. I get the same answer. So whichever way you take it, Lillian, you get the same answer.
Okay.
The next question, number 22. If 5 times 2x minus 1 is equal to 35, then x is equal to, let's work this out on the screen. 5 times 2x minus 1 is equal to 35, then x is equal to, what we need to do is we need to expand the bracket. Expand 5 into 2x minus 1, what do we get? We get 5 times 2x plus 5 times negative 1, and that's equal to 35. That's clear, right? That's just distributive law. And the asterisk is multiplication. 5 times 2x is what?
10x.
10x. 5 times negative 1 is what? Negative and a positive make a what?
Negative.
So 5 times negative 1 is negative 5, which is equal to 35. We want to get the x by itself, what do we need to do? Let's get rid of the 5 first. How do we get rid of the 5 from the left side?
Add 5 to both sides.
Good. So it'll be 10x is equal to 35 plus 5 is what? 40.
40.
X is equal to, divide both sides by 10. 40 divided by 10 is what? 4. Answer is D. The next question is saying 3x squared. That's why I'm going to write squared times 2x squared. The first thing we can do is we can kind of just group the number, the integers by themselves. So I have 3 times 2 is what? 6. What does indices rule say? Indices rule says if we multiply, oh no, it's 2x to the 3. Sorry. So if we have 2 elements of the same base, what can we do to the power? So if we have 2 bases raised to the same power and we're multiplying them by each other, what do we do to the 2 powers? So if we have x to the a times x to the b, what do we do to the 2 powers? What can we do there? Indices rule says add the 2 powers. So we just say it will be x to the 2 plus 3, which is 5. So the answer would be a, 6x to the 5. Just to reiterate what indices rule says as well, if we have any base x raised to a power a, and we multiply that by another base x raised to a power b. So if we have x to the a times x to the b, all we need to do, because the base is the same, we can just add the powers. Take the same base and add the powers. So it'll be x to the a plus b. If we divide, so if we have x to the a divided by x to the b, it is equal to, what do we do to the powers? Subtract the powers, a minus b. And x to the, if you raise a power to a power, x to the m, all raised to the m, to the n, sorry, what do? We multiply the 2 powers. And lastly, if we have x to the fraction, x to the m over n, it would be equal to n root x to the m. That's probably not clear by me just writing it out like that. But think of it like this. X to the half is root x. X to the third is cube root x. X to the 2 and x to the 2 over 3 is cube root x squared. Same difference. So yeah. All right, the next question says, given that 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12, we'll probably only get through one paper after this done actually. Sorry. 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12. If anything, I'll send the past papers in the group as well as the answers I have in my answer sheet. Yeah. So if 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12 and 2 asterisk 5 is equal to 9, then A asterisk B may be defined as, all we just need to do is, or we can do it, just say, okay, we take each of these. So let us say that A asterisk B is defined as 4 over B minus A. But we were given that 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12. So we just sub 3 and 6 into 4 times B minus A. You get 4 times 3 minus 6, which is what? 4 times 3 minus 6 is what? 4 times negative 3, which is negative 12. And that's not what we have there. So we know A is wrong. B, if we have 3 asterisk 6 is equal to 12, we just say, okay, that means A is 3 and B is 6. So we say A squared, which is 3 squared, 9 minus 6 would be 3, but that's not what we have there. So that's automatically disqualified. 6A minus B, so it's a 3 times, so it's a 6 times A, but A is 3, so it's a 6 times 3, which is 18, minus 6, which is 12. So yeah, that passes the test for the first first condition. Then we have to test it out with 2 asterisk 5. So when we have 2 asterisk 5 is equal to 9, that means A is equal to 2 and 5 is equal to B, right? So it says 6 times 2 minus 5. 6 times 2 minus 5 is what? 6 times 2 is 12, minus 5 is what? 7. So that is out. Hopefully y'all are following me. For D, we're just testing it out. For D, we have, let us say A asterisk B is defined as 2A plus B. For the first one, A will be equal, for 3 asterisk 6, A will be equal to 3, B is equal to 6. So we'd have 2 times 3 is 6, 6 plus 6 is 12. So yeah, it passes the test for the first one. For 2 asterisk 5, A will be equal to 2, B is equal to 5. 2 times 2 is 4, 4 plus 5 is 9. So it passes both of the tests, passes both of the conditions essentially. So D is the correct answer. All right. For this one now, the question says when 8 is subtracted from a certain number and the result is multiplied by 3, the answer is 21. What is the original number? The first step that we need to take is write out exactly what they told us. Let that certain number be x. And they said that 8 is subtracted from that number. And then after that subtraction is done, they multiply it by 3. That's clear?
Yes, it is.
That is equal to 21. That's just based off of the question. I'm just rewriting exactly what they told me. So 3 asterisk x minus 8 is equal to 21. Now, what is the original number? To get the original number, which is x, as we had declared it as, we need to simplify this and solve, i.e. transpose for x. Distributive law, so we say 3x minus 3 times 8 is what, 24? Minus 24 is equal to 21. This is equal to, this implies, sorry, it will be 3x is equal to 21 plus 24 is what? 45. X is equal to 45 divided by 3, which is equal to 15. So the answer is 15. Everybody follows that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It says if x is equal to negative 2, y is equal to 3, and t is equal to 2. So essentially, they're asking us what would be x to the y all raised to the 2. Let's write that down. That would be negative 2 over 3 all raised to the 2. We'll have a fraction, and the fraction is all raised to the power. What we can say is that the numerator to the power, so it will be negative 2 squared, over 3 squared, right? Y'all can see that? Negative 2 squared over 3 squared. That's okay? Negative 2 squared would be negative 2 times negative 2. A negative number times a negative number gives you what number?
Positive.
So it'll be 4. And then it'll be 4 over 3 squared is what?
9.
So it'll be 4 over 9, which is B. What is the order of matrix Q? When we're asked about the order of a matrix, we're being asked about how many rows and how many columns. So if we want to find how many rows and columns are in this matrix, we just count how many rows and columns. Malia says the answer is A. Let's check. Q has 1, 2, 3 rows. It has 1, 2, 3 rows. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4 columns. And the order of a matrix is written in the form rows by columns. So it'll be 3 rows by 4 columns. So as Malia was saying, the answer is A. Remember Davina is rows by columns, and Q has 3 rows and 4 columns, as the marks show. The rows are the horizontal one, the columns are the vertical ones. So it has 3 rows and 4 columns, which is A. The determinant of P is, when we want to find the determinant, the formula is AD minus BC. In this case, A is 8, D is 5, minus B is 6, and 7 is C. Since somebody calculate that and tell me what the answer is. 8 times 5 is what? 40. 40 minus 42 is what's the final answer?
-2.
Excellent. So the answer is -2. Good. This like is Davina's section because I hear Davina more now. So in Davina's, oh no, so that was Lillian. If I made that mistake again, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If the vectors P and Q are 3/2, and Q is, why did I say that? The vector P is 3, 2. The vector Q is -1, 4. They want us to find P minus 2Q. How do we find P minus 2Q? Any takers? Anybody wants to work it out? Davina, since I said that you're the one answering the question, this is your time to shine now. It would be, let me zoom in so y'all can see clearly. You would say P minus 2Q, right? Yeah, that's what they're asking us to find. Since Davina's taking a while, so I'm gonna ask Malia to help her. How do we calculate this? We have two vectors here and we're trying to find P minus 2Q. We want to find P minus 2Q, what do we do? Malia? We're given P and we're given Q. Lillian?
Would it be B?
Well, let's find out. It would be 3, 2 minus 2 times -1, right? You see, everybody's seeing that? All I just did was I just put in P and Q into the equation that we have here that we're trying to find. And that would be equal to 3, 2 minus 2 times -1 is -2. 2 times 4 is 8. Then we just simplify. 3 minus -2 is what?
5.
5. 2 minus 8 is what? -6. So the answer would be A. Yeah. Next question is 30. It says, item 30 refers to the following parallelogram, WXYZ. In the parallelogram, R is the midpoint of XY. Based on the information, ZR is equal to, and they want to tell us what exactly ZR is equal to. For this one, I'm actually gonna go to the whiteboard because I want to illustrate it a bit more, and the Adobe is kind of limited. Now we have a parallelogram here, and it's what? Let me check again for the name of the side. WXYZ. WXYZ. They told you R is the midpoint of this, so call that R. And they want us to find ZR, which is this line here that I have drawn, okay? But if you look at it, the options that we have are not even in terms of like YZ or whatever. The first thing we have to remember for a parallelogram is that opposite sides are equal in terms of length and they're parallel, so they move in the same direction, right? Everybody knows that? Opposite sides are equal and they move in the same direction. Everybody fine with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. The next thing we have to make use of is because I want us to find this entire thing right here that I have the arrow beside. Next thing I have to make use of is the parallelogram law of addition of vectors. If we have a vector let's call this, sorry, I don't even need so much sides. This is vector A, and it should be lowercase. This is vector A, this is vector B. To get the resultant vector, it would be the vector sum of the two, am I right? It will be A, to get the resultant vector, which is this one in red. It will be the vector sum of the two. So it will be A, why is this in red? Plus B. Sorry, it's the wrong one. I have highlighted. Oops. But it's essentially the same thing. If we want to get this vector here, it would be the vector sum of the two. So it would be A plus B. Essentially, the same thing I'm saying is that if we want to calculate this vector RZ here, it would be the vector sum of Y, this little vector right here that I have, I'm going to highlight in red, and this vector here. So it'll be the sum of those two, right? Additionally, because we have parallelograms, if we're to consider, let's go back to the question and look at the options that they give us. If you realize they're giving us things in terms of WX and they're giving us things in terms of half WZ, why can they do that? Let me share back the whiteboard now, because it has to be done in stages. They can do that because if we find the midpoint of WZ, which is here, and we draw a line connecting X to that midpoint, let me use a different color. Let me use yellow. You are like colorblind to yellow. If we find a midpoint, can I ask a question? Is this line right here and this line, are they equal? So we're drawing a line from X to the midpoint. Are these two lines equal? Is that yes or no question? So because for the parallelogram, opposite sides are equal and they're of the same length. If I draw a line from X to the midpoint of WZ, also if I draw a line from Z to the midpoint of XY, these two lines, the two lines I have arrows pointing to, are equal. Because of that information, we can then just apply the parallelogram law of addition law for parallelogram, whatever it's called, for the vectors. So what we can essentially do is we can say WX, change it to blue. We can say WX, add in colors, WX plus, how do we find this little distance from W to that midpoint right there? Any takers? Any takers? Remember, you know, W to this midpoint here is half of WZ. So if we want to find the length of the vector or the line from W to that midpoint, how exactly do we find it? And it takes us half times it will be half times WZ. And applying that same vector law, we'd have then obtained this resultant vector right there that I just drew over. But this resultant vector right here is equivalent to this resultant vector right there. Hence, this that I'm just highlighting in red is equivalent to that I'm drawing over now. So we can represent it as this, which is C. All right, next question. Which of the following statements is true about the perimeter of the square and a rectangle? First of all, what is the perimeter?
The distance around.
Exactly. The perimeter is the distance around an object. What do we know about squares?
All sides are equal.
Yeah, so the perimeter of this square would be? All sides are equal. Repeat.
48.
Exactly. The next thing is, what do we know about rectangles? For rectangles, what do we say about opposite sides?
Opposite sides are equal.
Exactly. So in this case, we'd have two sides being of what value and two sides being of what value. So we'd have
So 2 sides of 9 and 2 sides of 16.
find the perimeter of the rectangle. So we'd have what? 16 times 2 or 16 plus 16, which is 32. Plus 9 times 2, which is 18. So 32 plus 18 is what?
50.
So we have that the perimeter for the square is 48 meters, and the perimeter for the rectangle is 50 meters. Let's now go into the statement and see which one is true. Is 48 equal to 50? No. Is 48 greater than 50?
No.
By that same extension, 48 cannot be greater than or equal to 50 either. So the answer is whittled down to D by a process of elimination. Now, 3,800 millimeters expressed in meters is, if we want to convert from millimeters to meters, we just know that we need to do what? We need to go from, just write out the conversion table. Kilometers, it's kilometers followed by kilometers followed by hectometers, followed by decameters, followed by meter. DM followed by cm, followed by mm, right? If we want to go from millimeters to centimeters, we need to go back. So we do 1, 2, 3. Every time we go back, we divide by 10. So we say 10, then we divide by 10 again. So we're dividing by 100 in total now. Then we divide by 10 one more time. So we're dividing by 1,000 in total. So 3,000, if we want to go from 3,800 millimeters and we want to convert that to meters, what do we need to do?
Divided by 1,000.
Yeah, so it'll be 3.8, which is B as you're saying. If we wanted to go from 3.8 meters to millimeters, what would we do?
Multiply it by 1,000.
If we want to go from 3.8 decameters to decimeters, what do we need to do? 3.8 decameters to decimeters, what do we need to do? So it's 3.8 decameters to decimeters.
Divide it by 100.
No,
multiply it by 100, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So you go to the right, you multiply. You go to the left, you divide. Exactly. The distance around the edge of a circular pond is 88 meters. The radius in meters is the distance around. What is the distance around a circle called? What's the fancy term that makes let me check the chat because I don't know. The distance around the circle is called what? So we have the area of a circle and we also have what's the other term that we'll find?
Circumference.
Circumference. What is the formula for the circumference? Let's check our formula sheet. When in doubt, check your formula sheet. Oh wait, I guess I'm the formula sheet for today because I don't know where it is. The formula for the distance around the circle, aka the circumference, is 2 pi r. They gave us that 2 pi r is equal to 88. How do we find r? R is equal to, how do we find r? Simplify this and get r. How do we get rid of the 2 and the pi?
Divide.
Yeah, exactly. Divide both sides by 2, divide both sides by pi. So in all, you're dividing both sides by 2 pi. So the final answer would be r is equal to 88 over 2 pi, which is right here, which is D. All right, the length of one side of the square is 5 centimeters and the height of the triangle is 4 centimeters. What is the total area of the figure in centimeters squared? If we want to find the answer to this, it's a straightforward question. We need to find the area of the square and then add to that the area of the triangle. How do we find the area of the square?
Side by side. So 5 and 5.
So 5 times 5, which is
25.
25. To that, we need to add the area of the triangle. How do we find the area of this triangle?
Half base times height.
Excellent. So it would be half times base. The base is 5, of course, because all sides, the base is a side of the square, and the square, every side in the square is 5 meters. So half times 5 is
2.5.
2.5 times 4 is 10. 10 plus 25 is
35.
35, exactly. All right, moving on to 33. How do you find the volume of a cube? You want to find the volume of a cube, you just cube the side, cube the edge. So it'll be 3 times 3. It's kind of ironic. You want to find the volume of a cube, cube the edge or cube the side. 3 times 3 is
9.
9 times 3 is what?
27.
And let's see. 36. The area of a rectangle is 53.6, right? If the length is multiplied by 4 and the width is halved, the area would then be, then we must calculate the area. Okay, so I think this needs a whiteboard because this looks tricky. Clear. All right, the question said that length, the area of the square is 53, right? So length times width, because that's how we calculate the area of a rectangle, right? Length times width is equal to 53. They then said that the length, you times the length by 4, and then you halve the width. And they want us to find what this is. The beautiful thing is that for this, just as we were doing before, we can group the numbers, if that makes sense. So we can say 4 times a half, because this is a set of integers, and addition is, and multiplication is associative on a set of integers, right? So we can say 4 times a half, it's associative and commutative. So we can flip them. So we can say 4 times a half times length times width. Everybody seeing that? So all we do is just group the 4.5. That's all we do. Everybody seeing that? That's clear? if I confused about what I was saying by commutativity and associativity, all I meant was that 4L times a half W. If we have two numbers from the set of integers, A, and we're multiplying them by each other as A and B, we can flip them. So we can say A times B is equal to B times A, because multiplication is commutative on the set of integers, right? All we do here is we just say 4, and then we just swap the half and the L. So we swap these two, we group them using associativity, and then we swap them. So just 4 times a half times L times W. Multiplication is also associated, so we can pick and choose what we choose to group. So it's 4 times a half, and then we just group the L times W. Is that clear? Any confusions there? I'm going to assume that it's clear or relatively clear because I'm not getting a response. Yeah. So with that, we have 4 times a half, right? So it'll be 2 times length times width, right? Everybody following? But we know that length times width, i.e. the area of the rectangle, is 53. So we can just replace length times width with 53. So it'll be 2 times 53. 0.6, I think it was. 53.6, I think it was. Sorry, my bad. 53.6. Yeah. So it'll be 2 times 53.6. 53.6. And the answer to that is 107.2. And that's the answer to the question. All right. Moving on. On leaving Trinidad, the time on a pilot's watch was 23 hours. When he arrived at his destination in the same time zone on the next day, his watch showed 0300 hours. How many hours did the flight take? Anybody want to tell me what the answer to that is? Any takers? Look at it this way. You leave out your house 11 p.m. and you reach a destination 3 a.m. the next day. What is the answer? 4 hours. So all you just do is just say 23 to 24, that's 1 hour. 24 to 1, that's 2 hours. 1 to 2, that's 3 hours. 2 to 3, that's 4 hours. Exactly. Number 38. The area of the trapezium PQRS above is, what's the formula for the trapezium? For the area of a trapezium, sorry.
Half sum of base times height.
Times h, yeah, half a plus b times h, great. So it's half times, and a in this case would be 8 plus 18. So it's 8 plus 18. What is 8 plus 18? 26. Half of 26 is 13. 13 times 5 is 65. So the answer is 65. Just in case, because I know that may have been confusing to hear out loud. The working out is as follows. Let me get my text box. It will be half a plus b times the height, but this is equal to half the length of one, like the length of the top or the height, the roof, whatever you want to call it, is 8. The length of the base is 18. And you just times it by the height of the trapezium, which is 5. And it's equal to half times 26 times 5. And that's what, 13 times 5, which is equal to 65. Moving on to number 39. What is the modal age?
7.
Could you please repeat? I didn't hear. I don't know why the audio is so low.
7.
7.
All right, 7. Let's check. Why is it number 7?
Because the most persons are 7 years old.
Excellent. So the modal age is the age with the highest frequency, essentially. So, and in this case, that would be 7. 7 appears 5 times, which is the most out of everybody. How many children took part in the survey? Just add up the columns, the number of children according to the columns, and tell me how much that is. Say it would be, could you please repeat? The mic was a bit low.
15.
15, excellent. So it's B. The median of the numbers is, so we have 1, 1, 5, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8. They already put it in order for us, so no need to stress about that. The next thing that we need to do is we need to count how many elements are there, because the median is essentially the middle element. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 elements. To find the middle element, add 1 to it and divide by 2. So to find the middle element, it's 11 divided by 2, which is what? 5.5. So we need to find the 5.5 element, if that makes sense. So we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. To find the 5.5 element, we just take the 5th element and we take the 6th element, and then we'll find the mean of the 2 elements. How do we find the mean of 6 and 7?
Divided by 2.
You add them and divide by 2, right?
Yeah.
So 6 plus 7 is 13. 13 divided by 2 is 6.5. When 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, the possible outcomes are HHH, HHT, HTH, and so on and so forth, where H represents a head and T represents a tail. What is the probability of randomly obtaining at least 2 heads? All right, for probability, especially in this format, all I just need to do is find the number of successful outcomes over the total number of outcomes. So what was that? What did I say? The probability, we can call it P, is equal to the number of successful outcomes. Can't even spell successful, so I'm not doing the English session. Outcomes divided by the number, the total number of outcomes. In this case, the total number of outcomes are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're seeing that, right? Everybody seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, so P is equal to some number over 8. What is the probability of randomly obtaining at least 2 heads? In which of the, on how many outcomes do we attain at least 2 heads?
4.
So we say, and that happens in HHH, that's 1, HHT, that's 2, HTH, that's 3, and THH, that's 4, correct. So it will be 4 over 8, which is the same thing as a half when you simplify. Moving on, 600 students write an examination and the probability of a randomly selected student failing the exam is 1/5. How many students are expected to pass? This question can catch up if you not read properly. So somebody please write this out for me. Tell me what's the answer. So 1/5 of the students are expected to pass, right? Wait, Mali, are you giving the answer to this as C? Or was that the
the other question?
Oh, so anybody have any ideas how to work out number 43?
Would the answer be B?
What was the answer you said? Yeah, Mike is kind of low, so I didn't hear. Yeah, the answer is B, exactly. Calculate that. The question says 1/5 students pass. 1/5, the probability of the student passing is 1/5. Exactly. So it'll be 4/5 times 100, exactly. So 1/5 1/5 of the students will pass the exam. 1/5 of the students will fail the exam, sorry. That means that 1 minus 1/5 of the students will pass the exam. 1 minus 1/5 is 4/5. So 4/5 students will pass the exam. To find the total amount of people who pass the exam, it's 4/5 times 600. And that is equal to 120 times 4 is 480, which is B, as Malia was saying correctly. All right, this, they're giving us a cumulative frequency diagram, and it's of 20 fishes caught by 2 fishermen. To find the interquartile range is equal to the upper quartile minus the lower quartile. To find the upper quartile, it's essentially okay, so essentially when you divide up something into a quartile, you divide it into 4 groups. And if we draw it as a box, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, to find the interquartile range, you essentially need to do the upper quartile, which is, sorry, erase that, which is essentially the value that occurs here. Essentially, the upper quartile is the median of the upper half of this. So if we find the median of 20 and 20, 20 and 10, sorry, will be 20 plus 10, 30, divide that by 2 to get the middle value. And the middle value of this will be 15 in terms of the cumulative frequency. To find the lower quartile, it will be 10 plus 0 divided by 2, so it'll be 5 for the lower quartile. But you're not done there. Additionally, to find the quartiles, an alternative approach could be just say 3/4 of the 20. So it'll be 3/4 times 20, which is 3 times 5, which is 15. A quarter, to get the lower quartile, is just a quarter times the 20. So it'll be 1/4 times 20, which is the 5. But you're not done there. After you find the value of the quartile, what you need to do, you need to go over from the 15, and you need to map down to get the length associated with that quartile value. And that would kind of be at around 3.7, call it around 3.7. And you also need to go across from 5. And then it would be 5, and you go across. I can call that 1.4. So 3.7, because we're using an estimation, so it's really just a rough guess. So it'll be 3.7 times 3.7, and then just say, okay, next thing that we do is we just say IQR is equal to the upper quartile. In this case, the upper quartile would be 3.7, call it 3.8, minus 1.3, which is equal to 2.5. The best answer from estimating would be C. So 44 should be C. Everybody's seen that, right? So all you do is just find 3/4 of the highest cumulative frequency value on the graph, and you just say, okay, 3/4, that is 15, and then you just map across and go down, and then it will be 3.8 approximately. You're just approximating the length. And then you'd say 5, because that would be quarter times 20. 5, the cumulative frequency, and you just go down, go across, and then you go down. It'll be 1.3 around. To find interquartile range, it's upper quartile minus lower quartile. So it's 3.8 minus 1.3, which is 2.5. Hence the answer is C. Moving on to the next question. For 45, which one of these is a function? Any takers? D, why is D a function? Why is D a function? Why out of all of them I choose D? Malia, sorry. Lillian, any comments? Why out of all of them is D the answer? Chat. Because the rest shows one-to-many, which is not a function, exactly. And the one-to-many is not a function simply because it doesn't pass the vertical line test. If you draw a vertical line through any of these, and you have one element, one x value mapping onto two elements in the right side, in the range, sorry, then it's not a function. Why? Why is it like that? Because definition of a function is that it maps one value, it maps a value in the domain to one and only one element in the range. Of course, more than one element in the domain can map to the same element in the range, but what is sure is that one element cannot be mapped onto more than one element in the range, because that is not fulfilling the definition of a function. All right, cool, right. 46, the equation of the line which passes through the point 0,5 and has a gradient of 4 is, what's the answer to this one, guys? C, and that is correct. How do we know that? How do we know that? Because the first thing we should look at is the equation of the line. Remember that every line, straight line, that is, because not every line is straight. So every line is of the form, every line should be of the form y is equal to mx plus c, where m is the gradient and c is the y-intercept. In this case, they give us that the gradient is 4. So that automatically tells us that our equation must be of the form y is equal to 4x plus c. That eliminates b and d. So C and A are the only possible option. If I plug 0, 5 into A, what do I get? I get y is equal to 4 times 0, which is 0. But that's not true. That's not the point that we get. That's not the point that we should get, because that's not the point that we're given. If we plug 0, 5 into C, we get y is equal to 4 times 0 plus 5, which is equal to, which implies that y is equal to 5. Sorry. Hence, that would give us the original point that we get, which tells us what? The line passed through the point 0, 5, right? Hence, the answer is C. Are there any questions, queries, anything? There are none, then I'll move on. 47, the graph of the inequality in the diagram is defined by, first thing we have to note about inequalities is when we're talking about inequalities, when the circle is filled in, then it's less than or equal to. When the circle is filled in. So when we have the circle being filled in like that, however, when it's just an empty circle, it just put less than, or it can be greater than or equal to, depending on the direction. So when the circle is filled, when the circle is filled in, you get less than or equal to or greater than or equal to. When the circle is empty, you just have the plain old, same old, less than or greater than. What determines whether or not you choose the less than sign or the greater than sign would be the direction in which the line goes. In this case, the line is going to the left. When the line goes to the left, it is less than. When the line goes to the right, it is greater than. So as Malia is saying, the answer would be A, x less than 1. Why? Because the circle is not filled in, so we don't need the equal sign part of it. And it's going to the left. So yeah, and the circle is at 1, so it's x is less than 1. The gradient of the graph, the gradient of AB in the graph above is, all you just need to do is say y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. In this case, y2 minus y1 will be 3 minus 1, and x2 minus x1 will be 6 minus 2, so it will be half, positive a half, which is D.
The points for this one are xy, so it'll be 6, 3, and the other point is 2, 1. And it will be 6 minus 2 in the denominator, so 4 in the denominator, and 3 minus 1, which is 2 in the numerator, so it'll be 2 over 4, which is a half. Hence the answer is D. For 49, f of x is equal to 2x squared minus 1. All you just need to do is just plug in negative 3 into this, and you'll get
17.
yeah, 17. So just 2 times negative 3 squared, so that's 18. 2 times 9, which is 18, minus 1 is 17, exactly. The maximum point of y equal 4x minus x squared is what? I just look at the graph. 2, 4, exactly, D. 51, what is the gradient of the straight line 2y minus 3x minus 8? Ensure that it's in the form y equal mx plus c, so divide both sides by 2, right? So it'll be y is equal to negative 3 over 2x minus 4. When it's in the form y is equal to mx plus c, remember m is the gradient, so in this case, what will be the gradient? It will be negative 3 over 2, which is b. Excellent, 51 is done. Which of the following best describes the function? Y is equal to x plus 3, or x plus y is equal to 3, or x is equal to y plus 3. What's the answer?
A.
Excellent, because when you look at the y values, you realize that when you find the y value, you're just adding 3 to the x values. So 5 is 2 plus 3, 8 is 5 plus 3, 11 is 8 plus 3, etc., etc. If each exterior angle of a regular polygon is 60 degrees, then the polygon is what?
Hexagon.
Could you please repeat?
Hexagon. C.
Excellent. Why? Because the sum of all exterior angles of a polygon is 360 degrees. So if you want to find how many sides it has, you just say 360 degrees, divided by the 60 degrees, which is
6. And you know
6.
that a hexagon have 6 sides.
Exactly. In the diagram above, A, B, and C, D are parallel, which are the following best describes the relationship between X and Y. Alternate angles are equal. Great. You just draw the Z and see them equal. In the triangle above, the value of X is the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is
180
degrees. So if we want to find the value of X degrees, what do we need to do? We just say 30 degrees plus 30, 60 degrees. So we'd have 180 minus 60, right? So it would be 120, which is C, exactly. The image of a point, negative 2, 3, under translation 3, 4 is, all you do, you just add 3, 4 to negative 2, 3. So it would be negative 2 plus 3 is 1. 1. 4 plus 3 is what? 7. So the final point must be D. In the diagram above, the line CD is the image of AB after. If it was rotated 90 degrees about the center O, I feel as though it would have looked more like, how would this go? It would look like this. The best option here would be to be a reflection in the y-axis, exactly. So the answer is B. If it was a reflection in the x-axis, it would have been something like down here. So you'd start from 2, you'll go down so. If it was a translation, you just say 2 plus negative 4, so it would be negative 2, and it would be, and you just add the next one to it, same difference. All right, 58. If the area of triangle ABC is 20, what is the area of triangle MNO in centimeters squared? If you just glance at it, you realize that ABC is an enlargement of MNO by a scale factor of 2, because you have 3 times 2 is 6, and the angles are the same, so you know, so it's an enlargement. Right? So you'd have 3 times 2 is 6, so yeah. What is the area of the triangle? If the area of triangle ABC is 20 centimeters squared, you can work this out. We need to go to the slide actually, because this is actually a trick question. Because you just think to just divide the area by 2 and you get the answer, but I don't think that's the correct answer from when I had worked it out. So can't ignore the other side actually. It would just be 6, and then it would be 3. We know that for A, B, C, half base times height is equal to 20. So half times 6 is what? 3, h is equal to 20. The height is equal to 20 over 3, right? If you then, so this BC is equal to 20 over 3. If you want to find NO, you'd have to find half of 20 over 3, which is, so it'll be 1 over 2 times 20 over 3, which is 10 over 3. So ON would be 10 over 3. Then to find the area, it will be half times 3 times 10 over 3. Half times 3 times 10 over 3. The 3's cancel, so it will be 5. So it will be 10 over 2, which is equal to 5. Let me not skip over this thing. Yeah. So the answer is C and not D. Everybody's clear on that, right? Any questions for that one? I didn't hear anybody. Everybody's clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for 59, OAA prime and OBB prime and OCC prime are straight angles. Triangle ABC is mapped onto triangle A prime, B prime, C prime by an enlargement with center O. Yeah, what is the scale factor of the enlargement? Yeah, clearly it's 2 because as you can see, the base of ABC is 1. Then the base of A prime, B prime, C prime is 2. 1 times 2 is 2. Same thing for the height. The height of ABC is 2. The height of A prime, B prime, C prime is 4. So 2 times 2 is 4. So yeah, it's an enlargement by scale factor 2. Lovely. So the answer is C. 60. This is now applying sine. Okay, the diagram above, not drawn to scale, shows that the angle of depression is the angle of depression of a point X from Z is 30 degrees. If X is 10 meters, and if X is 10 meters from Y, yeah, you're correct, Malia. If X is 10 meters from Y, the height YZ in meters is, okay, so they want us to find this entire distance right up here, right? Now, based off of the Z, this and this are parallel lines, and we'll have kind of like a Z here. What do we know about alternative angles? Because this would be an alternating angle. Alternating angles are equal, so it'll be 30 degrees, right? All right, so if alternating angles are 0, and we want to find YZ, what we need to do is we need to use one of the trigonometric identities. So what we know is that it's SOHCAHTOA. Let me write that out. SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA. Sine is equal to opposite over hypotenuse.
Not hearing.
Which is YZ. Everybody's seeing that, right?
I'm not really hearing.
We want to find the side of a triangle, right? We are given an angle and we're given one of the other sides. So I was saying to utilize one of the other trigonometric identities, which is sine, cos, or tan. The acronym for that is SOHCAHTOA. SOHCAHTOA is, let me remove the annotation feature. It's SOHCAHTOA. Sine theta, how do I write theta now? Sine O, I'm gonna call it. Let me call it sine A for angle. Sine theta is equal to opposite over hypotenuse. Cos angle, which is A, is equal to adjacent over hypotenuse. Tan angle, which I'm going to call A, is equal to opposite over adjacent. Everybody's clear on that, right? So it's SOHCAHTOA. We're given the angle A. So the angle A is 30. So whichever one we use, we just plug in 30 over this side, right? So for over this side, this side, we just plug in A equal 30, whichever one we choose. But now what we realize is that we're given one side of the triangle and want to find the other side. The longest side of the triangle is known as the what? The longest side is the hypotenuse, right? The side opposite from the longest side of the triangle, i.e. the hypotenuse, is opposite. How do we know whether how do we differentiate between opposite and adjacent? Because realistically, you know, if you just draw the line over, we could have just draw the line like this and that would be opposite, don't it? How do we know the difference between the opposite and the adjacent? The adjacent is the side with the two angles. Everybody seeing that, right? Everybody seeing that in this case, the angle is 30 degrees and 90 degrees. Those are the two angles. Fine. So XY would be the adjacent and we want the opposite. Which trigonometric identity or trigonometric ratio has opposite and adjacent included?
Tan.
So we would then say tan 30. So how do we just take it and then just sub in the 30 as we're saying? So we then say tan 30 is equal to opposite, which is what we're trying to find, divided by the adjacent, which is 10. We want to get rid of 10 from the right side. What do we need to do?
Multiply
Both sides. So it will be 10 tan theta is equal to the opposite, and the opposite is equal to the side we're trying to find, which is equal to zy, or better yet, yz, which is what they asked for. Hence, the answer is 10 tan theta, which is A. Everybody understand that, right?
Yeah.
The last thing I want to do before is to talk about, it's a simple question that may come up across past papers, but it's the division and multiplication of decimals. All right, let me find one of those questions because we don't have the time to do all of them. All right, it's in 2016. 2016. Share. 2016. Good. The exact value, number 6 we're looking at, the exact value of 37.26 divided by 1.8 over 1,000 is, and then you find the answer. Realistically, what you can do is you just plug that into your calculator and you get the answer, right? That's the easiest way. But if your calculator stops working in exam and you don't have a way out, say you don't know what to do next, the next thing that you need to do is, remember, when I divide two decimals, all we do is just act as if the decimal isn't there. So we just say, okay, 3,726 divided by 18. Then we count up how many decimals is in the dividend and how many decimals is in the divisor. In this case, the dividend is 37.26 and the divisor is 1.8, right? Everybody seen that? I'm looking at the numerator right now. The dividend is 37.26 and the divisor is 1.8. Everybody seen that?
Yeah.
Now, count up how many decimals are in the dividend. How many decimals are there?
2.
How many decimals are in the divisor?
1.
Now, to find out how many decimals will be in your final answer, you say the number of decimals in the dividend, which is 2, minus the number of decimals in the divisor. So it's 2 minus 1, which is 1. So when I divide 37.26 by 1.8, my answer, more often than not, will have 1 decimal place. It may not work every time, but more often than not, it will have 1 decimal place. Better yet, in every question they give you, it will have 1 decimal place, if that's the case. So now, whatever answer we get, seeing that is 207, we can just say it would be 37.26 divided by, so it will have 1 decimal place, right? Additionally, what's one other thing that we need to note? We're dividing by 1,000. So not only will it have 1 decimal place for the numerator, we're dividing by 1,000. So what does dividing by 1,000 let us do? We will divide a number, any number by 1,000. So divide 2 by 1,000. What do? We bring over the decimal places by the number of zeros. So we say 1, 2, 3. Right? Everybody seen that? So you divide that, you bring over. So instead of having only 1 decimal place in the final answer, you'd have 1 plus 3 decimal places in your final answer, which would be 4. So your answer should have 4 decimal places, right? So it would be 0.0207. And you just plug that into your calculator. Let's see if we're right. Divide it by 1.8. Divide, then go on and divide that by 1,000. You should get 0.0207. Magic. For number 8, what is the value of the digit 2 in 48.621? A, 2 over 100, right? 2 hundredths, essentially. What would be the value of 4? As in, what would be the value of 4 in the number 48.621?
410.
Could you please repeat? Remember, I know the value will be 410, which is kind of the same thing, say 40. The value of the 8 would be 8. The value of the 6 would be 6 over 10. Value of the 2 would be 2 over 100. And the value of the 1 would be 1,000, i.e. 1 over 1,000. You see that? Everyone is seeing that, right? Okay, great.
Yeah.
In this case, the answer will be A. The next thing I want to talk about is just these, I'm literally just going through these little decimal questions and then we'll just wrap up for the session. 0.45 written as a common fraction in its simplest form. How do we work this out? Number 5. All you just need to do is say 45 over 100. What's a 0? My gosh. 45 over 100, and then we simplify. 5 into 45 goes 9 times. 5 into 100 goes 20 times. Hence, the answer is 9 over 20, A. Another question like with the divisor thing. Oh, the last thing for this page, if 3n is an odd number, which of the following is an even number? Anybody knows the answer? Lillian, you said the answer is B? Let's take an example.
That was from before.
Oh, Lillian, answer. If 3n is an odd number, which of the following is an odd number? To solve this easier, you can just take any random odd number and just do the calculations with it. Let us take the odd number to be 6. 6 minus, no, sorry, let us take the odd number to be 5. 5 minus 1 is what? 4. 4 is an even number? Yes, so 3n minus 1 is an even number. Hence the answer is A. And I have one more question just to illustrate the point about the decimals. I'm just gonna look for one last question. Oh, here's one, 2017. If you realize questions like this come every single year, so ensure that you're prepared for it. Number 4. How do we work out number 4? First of all, how many decimal places should the final answer have? Multiply, remember, we're adding instead of subtracting in terms of the number of decimals. So how many decimals are in 23.5?
1,
How many decimals are in 0.487?
3,
And to find the number of decimals in the final answer, add the 2, the count. 1 plus 3 is 4. That simply tells us that our final answer must have 4 decimal places. Hence, the answer is A. Yeah. And with that, let me just look through to see if there's like any difficult question in this that I definitely want to stop and look at. Just to show you as well, look at item number 50. Remember in the previous past paper, we did it ask us for the maximum value, but now it's the same graph, but they're asking us for the roots. Hence, it's important not to just memorize the answers, but to also like make the question understand it. So in this case, the answers would be, the X values would be what and what?
0 and 4.
Yeah, so the answer would be A. For number 49, what would be the answer? Circles aren't filled in, so do we include the equal sign?
B,
D as in dog, right? Okay, good.
because it's not shifted.
Exactly, so we exclude the equal part of it. So we just say -2 less than X less than 3. And with that, we can, let me just glance again. Oh, let me do this, because I don't think we did any questions like this. 53 in the measure of angle ABE is DBE is a straight line, don't it? Is DBE a straight line? The angle on a straight line is what?
180.
Yeah, to find the angle ABE, so 58 degrees is already on that straight line, so the remaining angle will be ABE. So we just say 180 minus 58, right, to get ABE. So the answer would be B. All right. What is 55? If we rotate this at an angle of 90 degrees, 90 degrees would be like this. So it would be, and then I just draw the line, go straight through. And that line is the reflection of y equal x in the y-axis. And it would be y is equal to -x, which is D. And with that, I'm just gonna wrap up. And I just want to say thank you all for coming today. We hope, Sharik and I hope the session was beneficial, and the team at New Jamaica really hopes that the session will be beneficial as well for all attendees. Just to share the contact information as well. For the organization, it's New Jamaica Found 1 on Twitter, New JA_Foundation on Instagram, New Jamaica Foundation on YouTube, and on LinkedIn, it's New Jamaica Foundation. For our contact information, it's on the screen. So if you have any questions, anything you need clarification with, feel free to send me a message. And yeah, do enjoy the rest of your day. And I'm gonna stop sharing now. And that will be that.